a dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our grave. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho,
Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner, and I'm not on acid. Man, people got some strange things going on. Man, let me tell you something, man. I got a message earlier today. Somebody said, I didn't know that you did drugs, and I will no longer watch your show. And I've had to tell them that I don't do drugs. And I haven't for years, like 20 something years. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they said, you were on a show. You were with some other people and you were laughing about your drug use. And I said, hold on one second. And then I made the snorting noise. And then I went back and said, what were you saying? Oh man, because I'm high as F right now. And they were just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Then they collapsed. At least in my own mind, I was so high I couldn't tell if that's what really happened or not. I don't know. I was gone, but I was blowed for real. I was just, that's how I envisioned it happening. I don't know if that's really what happened. It was, because I do so much dope, I don't even know what the heck's going on there. I have no idea what's going on. Like Tally. Okay, good deal. So my guard had to go break up I'm like, dude, I've been an adult and a responsible adult for a long time, a very long time. In fact, you'd probably say I'm a fuddy-duddy at this point. You're like, he's an old fuddy-duddy. He doesn't do anything, an old fogey. Because I don't do any of that stuff. And then get this, I have another one that messaged me and she's like, you were talking to that Abe Cius and you were talking about crystals. I was like, Folgers crystals. Yes, absolutely. The coffee. She goes, no, the kind that will send you to hell. They'll send you to hell and you'll die. And I was like, oh, well, I just don't want that. I said, I'm dead set against going to hell and dying. And she's like, you think I'm being cute? You think you're cute? I was like, I don't know if I'm being cute or you're being cute. She was typing all crazy. She's like, I'm 71 and I can tell you right now that I've never gotten any use out of those. She said, they open doorways to the devil. Thank you, Hermano Hector, for that donation. We appreciate that. And I said, opens doorways to the devil. I said, well, that's not good. I better back up. And then I told her, I said, there is a guy that has a show. It's quite boring. He throws rocks and pretends like he's Bigfoot. He pretends like Bigfoot is around. I said, go check out his show. He's more your speed. He's got a pal, and together they are the ambiguously dumb duo. And what they do is they protect women's. I said, so go out there and then you'll have a great time. And she's like, I know what you're playing at, Mr. Turner. And she's like, I've been watching you for a while. And I'm like, watching me how? So then I told her, I said, look, I have a cross stitch class to go to. And, we can talk about that or I got to go. It's very boring. She's like, you got my attention. I was like, okay, cool. My mother taught me cross stitch. And I told her, I was like, my mother cross stitched the Last Supper. And I hung that in my house. And now when I look up, it's there judging me every time. And every time I want to commit a crime, I'm like, oh. Yeah. Every time I want to be bad, it's right there. Can't do no drugs. Can't party. Can't have crystals. Straight to hell. Slippery slope. Next week, I'll be robbing liquor stores. Knocking over cop cars. It's a slippery slope, man. You start off with the crystals, using them. Next thing you know, you're on the cocaine. And from there, you're robbing liquor. You're knocking over liquor stores. What are you? Huh? Some kind of pumpkin pie haircutted freak? Huh? Is that what you think? You think you're tough? You're going to do the big bang, 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 shoot them up? Huh? No, Mr. Turner, there's rules and there's laws in this country. And by golly, you're going to answer for what you've done. There's a whole cabal that's set to take you down. And they're going to do it, by golly. I'm telling you, I joined up with them. I apologized and everything. I kissed the owl. I begged for forgiveness. A high priest came out with a hood on. He had an oyster in his mouth. It was gross and purple, but he said, you repent now. This is how my enemies talk. They sound really high-pitched and squirrely. And I did. I repented. I said, I'm good. I'm sorry that I ever listened to him. I hope he burns in hell. And we all danced around in lederhosen around the owl. And we burned you in effigy, Mr. Turner. You're going down in flames. And I thought to myself, why am I still on YouTube? Why did I not just take the TV deal? I got offered a TV deal, by the way. But I'd have to be some kind of caricature of myself and go, oh, that sounds like the Romans did that. That is from such and such AD, Timmy. I'm assuming that's my sidekick. And I could be really rude and read the email, but it was really insulting. So Chris Garitano and Eric Palacios is good friends of mine. And I could probably speak for Seth too, but everybody was kind of like on the same, but we get executive producership. Am I going to get that? They're like, no. Then never mind. Who do you think you are? I think I'm a guy that doesn't want to be your robot. You're passing down the deal of a lifetime. You're letting in the doom through the front door by not doing this. You can imagine how much exposure you'll have. Imagine how many people will love you after this. I said, I'll get a lot of hate too and be called a sellout. Well, that's just part of it. That's what you got to do. Get on it, chip, chop, chip. So I told him no. What's up, Joe?
What up?
What's up? I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Can y'all hear Joe?
Hear
I
me?
can't hear.
I
Say something, Joe.
Check. 1 2 1 2.
He's really quiet in here. See, I don't want to touch anything. Here comes Anthony running in here to smack me if I touch anything. That's the button I was about to touch, the one you just touched.
Okay, but can you hear him?
Can I hear you, Joe?
Can you hear me now?
I cannot hear him. Barely.
Oh, you know what? I got it.
It's probably something he did wrong.
It's me.
He'll never admit it, though. It's always me. The audience can hear you, and that's what's important. I can't, but that's okay with him. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn about it. That's what the guy from New York said. We the ones that care about you. I said, okay. And then they want to pay me. So I guess to somebody who's trying to make it, it would be a decent amount, but it was not. And I was being completely honest with this guy. Joe, you there? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
There you go. Let me get Abe and Monica on. How y'all doing?
How you doing?
What this person told me, they said, we're going to pay you X amount of dollars. And I guess he paused. Like he waited for me to go, oh, golly gee, mister, that's a lot of money. I'm going to be there in a plane tomorrow. And he was like, well, what do you think? And I said, I think it sucks. 9 weeks? I said, I got businesses to run, dude. He's like, well, they must do very well, Mr. Turner. I said, well, yeah, better than this. He said, yeah, but it's television. I said, yeah, and I don't like most television. So I think I aggravated him. But then he got back with me, right? So, and he said, we're going to make you another offer. Just let us stick our hand up your butt and control you like a puppet. I said, I really would like you not to. And he was like, no. It has to happen. It has to happen. He was putting I heard the glove snap. I was like, oh, wait. Whoa. He's like, I heard that you did drugs and you're into crystals. I said, those are my co-hosts, Joe Breezy and Abe Seas, on Fridays. One of them is into drugs. I don't know which one that one is. And one of them is definitely into crystals, Folgers and otherwise. And he's like, this is the problem with America. You're not doing what we tell you. And I said, yeah, you're right. I guess I should submit and be the see? That's why. Mira, that's why, Abe, right there. That little chingaleta right there is why. That's why they've caught on to us now. They know. See? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. See, that's the problem. Big pachanga right there in your house. that they're putting. It's going to send you straight to hell. Do
Oh,
not pass
here's
go.
another one. I like gonna play bingo. That's from the devil.
Gambling, booze, and crystals. Horrible. Monica,
We're
you would
all
never
around the group.
that in your house, right? You wouldn't do that, right?
What?
You would not have crystals and booze and bingo in your house, would you?
Of course not. Come
Of
on.
course not. And I know Joe wouldn't.
What kind of
You
fun
can
is
look at Joe and tell. Joe's like as straight edge as they come. Look at the hatchet man behind him. That says it all. That flag represents straight edge.
Straight edge, man.
You are not
Never
that group that represents. They sing about it all the time. They're like, hey, no booze. We don't smoke the reefer.
Clean living.
They don't even like you taking
Merle
NyQuil,
Haggard
man.
song. He said we don't smoke it in Muskogee. What did he say? That's what that song. They just did a remake of it the other day. I heard it on the radio. So, folks, we're just messing around, folks. We do all of that crap. We're horrible. We have a cult. We have a cult here. That's what it is. We have a cult, and we have tons of enemies, and we're trying to make more because, according to Zoomer statistics that my nephews and nieces have told me, they said, Uncle Wolf, the more people that hate you, the more popular you are. So I am on a mission.
Mm.
First, I want to apologize to everybody. I want to just because, in case you didn't know, I kind of lost my cool at somebody because all day long I had been being trolled, and they were attacking my wife and attacking me, and she kept saying, "Who cares?" And I was like, "Yeah, who cares?" But it doesn't matter. I don't care what you say about me. In fact, I'll turn it into a positive. But, I don't want people to think that, that's all you got to do to get my attention is say something negative about my family because most of them don't care either. But I feel like it's my responsibility, I drug them into all this, and here we are. And now we got people saying things and whatever. And so when that lady said something, I was just like, you know what? Whatever her name was, I don't remember her name. And I said something to her. And but it's not y'all's responsibility. It's the host's responsibility, and I like him, but he dropped the ball on that one. But, I know that he's not a bad guy. And, I apologize for just leaving abruptly because I just had enough. And it's been nice to kind of stay off of my own channel for a few days and just kind of convalesce and relax and go to other channels and whatever. I was on Mike Bluler's channel and now they're trolling him and calling him and saying all kinds of crazy things. And the whole point, folks, is that they think that if they can aggravate the people that I work with, that nobody want to work with me. But the thing is, it's not working. It's not working. So I've made a decision. So I've talked about this. I'm going to have Seth on pretty soon because we missed each other the other day. I overslept. And here's what happened. So I talked to Seth Breedlove, who's a good friend of mine. And I said, Seth, we're going to have a panel, right? But then Garetano's like, wait, I got to go on to Matt's show. So he did Matt Imps's show. And here's how organized I am. But folks, you got to realize I'm doing my job, my business partner's job. And I'm look at my head. Look how weird it looks with this haircut. You see this head? You can't do much with it. Somebody just said, Josh looks like the woman that checks me out. Oh, hey, proud lesbian, dude. All right. Here I am. Right? Here I am. I got the Birkenstocks. I'm ready to
Does she
go.
keep her beard as neatly trimmed, though?
Yeah, the beard is really trimmed. I don't have a problem looking like a woman. I'm the most muscular and masculine woman you've ever seen. But it's so funny. So here's the thing. I don't have a problem, like being disliked at all. That's never been a problem for me. It's fun actually in a lot of ways. What's crazy though, so I go to sleep and I had messaged Eric Palacio, Seth Breedlove, and Chris Garetano. I said, let's do a panel because I'd been wanting them to do a panel or whatever. And for some reason I was like, I had a dream, and folks, this is how tired I was. I had a dream that we had already talked about this and it was supposed to happen. And so I messaged them all and said, hey, be there tomorrow. And, you know, Eric and Seth were like, yeah, I'll be there tomorrow. Let's do it. And then Chris is like, was I supposed to do that? I was like, I wake up and look at my phone and I'm like, did I dream that? Or is this? So then I saw that they all answered. And then Chris is like, oh, dude, I'm supposed to be on Matt Imsh's show. So I'm not going to, you know, bogart him. He's a friend of mine. I said, okay, we'll do what you got to do. We'll get back together. So I go to sleep and I wake up and then Seth is like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I had to help my dad with install a washing machine, whatever. Because I gave him very little notice. And then I realized like, oh, that really did happen. Like that's how tired I was. But for some reason, I thought like I really truly thought that we had discussed it, but we didn't. So I apologize to those guys. But we are going to do that, though, folks. That is going to happen. We're going to have them on. They're filmmakers, and I want to do a show where we can talk about that. Another thing that happened, which I think is kind of interesting. Well, you know what? I'm just going to save that for a secret. I'm going to make that into. There's somebody else that's going to come on the show soon. His publicist reached out to me, and I thought, you know what? That's pretty cool. There's a lot of people who try to get him on their show, and they reached out to me. So I'm happy for that. I'm gonna pursue that and bring him on. And I think it's going to be good. And so there's a bunch of people that want to come on the show. And then, you know, me and Breezy were interviewing people to come on the show the other day, and Joe's big question was like, do you do drugs? And they were like, no. And Joe's like,
you're not getting
goodbye. And I was like, Joe, that's like the 28th person that you've denied. And you're like, they will never understand if they don't do it.
No.
And then he's like, you know, and then we had a cop that was, and then Joe says, you have to tell him that you have committed all these crimes, because if you don't, it raises resentment in the cop heart. And I said, oh, yeah, Joe, you're right. So I started telling him all these things that I did wrong. And then Joe was like, when it came to him, he's like, I never did any of that stuff. And I was like, Joe, why would you do that to me? And Joe was like, I'm trying to keep the shade off of me. Pineapple Express.
All I got to do is run faster than you, man.
It was just
get
like,
away from the bear.
You there? Oh, anyway, we were in a badass Trans Am of our own imagination. It was incredible. So, brother Abe, what's going on with you, man? You look very like ready to go, but you're like immersed in thought. What are you doing there?
Oh no, just I was just here looking. I know what you're talking about. Those trolls that were trolling me last night, like at 3:30 in the morning. It's like they come out around 3:30, 3:30. I think that's when they get off the meth, man. Honestly, I'll be honest with you, because from like 12:30 on to like around 3,
down, they're pissed.
It's troll free, right? Once 3:30 comes, they pop up. Him and his old wrong turn gang. You know, they pop up and they're saying all kinds of crazy stuff, man. You could literally tell by the way they're writing that they got to be on something. He was talking about corn on the cob last night.
That's what they call it.
You know, I think they're getting off the meth. You know, 3:30 in the morning, crackheads. You know, whatever money gets donated to his show. You know, they were buying the crack, man, and they get high and. At 3:30 in the morning, that's when they hit me up. Is like, man, you need to get off that stuff that you own, you know?
They start coming down. They get very cranky. I know. Back in the day, I'm talking another life, you know. You get out of the club and you're like, the buzz is wearing off. I'm really aggravated, you know. And it's inopportune times too. You're just like, man, I should have like not, you know, done everything and had so much fun, because the next day you pay for it with your body, mind, and soul.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, let's see what's going on here. Oh, there's Abe. Let's troll him. I'm
so
angry.
You could tell
my dealer's asleep. I hate you.
You could tell it's him, but because he talks the same way, no matter what profile he uses. And it's like, I started giving him a lecture about how to get his son back. That needs to find a job. It was. You should listen to the video, man. I was going off on him.
Well, according to him, we you know, me and Krista basically kidnapped him. I didn't even know he existed. That's the messed up thing was when it happened. They were like, Josh Turner did this to me. I'm like, I didn't even know you had one. That's the sad thing. But you know, I did a lot of introspective soul searching the other night, and I said, you know what, dude. You know, I'm not going to fight with these people anymore. Who cares? Let them say
Yeah.
whatever they can say. It is kind of fun to a point. You know, it's just to joust them right off of their ostrich. But if anybody got that from the Atari.
He was talking about he likes turtlenecks.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he literally likes the neck of the turtles. That's what he's talking about last night. Like, man, he's on that meth, man. The meth, I'm telling you, man. All the people donate to his channel, or he said the people donate to him. I don't know, but he was high as a kite last night, man. He'd be talking about some weird stuff. He brings all his fellow meth heads to troll me, man. It's funny. I just boot him out, you know.
But you know what he does? He has like different personalities, different characters, and he gets lost in who he is. I'll see him argue with himself.
Yeah.
Like you'll see the comment section, you know, if you look at it, and he's fighting with himself.
Yeah, it's like that show.
I
seen one time. I seen a show where he supposedly wasn't there, and you can see his girl sister. I mean, his sister wife and his daughter wife. You know, they're like he's in the background telling them what to say, and they're like this.
I felt sorry for them because you know,
yeah.
having spoken to them, you know, at one point, I felt like they're controlled.
Yeah, they're manipulated by him.
They are, and I don't watch his show. He said something the other day. You watch my show? I'm like, no, I don't. I don't have time, dude. I'm remodeling a house. I'm building another one. I work a job. I'm always at work. I live at work. Yesterday, I fell asleep in my car. It was a ridiculous thing. I mean, it was so ridiculous. I fell asleep. My head was down like that, and my wife's like, "What are you doing?" And I woke up. I was like, "Whoa." Yeah, because I'm running ragged right now. So who the hell has time to watch a bunch of wrong turn hillbillies throw rocks and pretend to be Bigfoot? I mean, who the hell does
that? And then the other one, the sister one, the one you was talking about earlier, I deleted her a long time ago. She's no different than Larry. Writes big old paragraphs. Like that takes like 30 minutes to an hour just to read what they're saying, you know?
Oh my God.
But that's when a person is trying to BS you, you know, they write
a lot of time on their hands too.
Yeah, right. One thing after another, just to cover their tracks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they're freaking snakes.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. So, Joe, let me ask you a question. Joe, you have something going on, right? And you said you wanted to let us. You're going to let us in on it, right? What are we going to talk about? You wanted to bring something up.
Oh yeah, I wanted to kind of pick everybody's brain because there's how there's so many different subjects that we always go through, and like sometimes you'll pick up on one that you haven't touched down on in a long while. And I was thinking, I forgot where I saw it, but it just sparked the curiosity back up. One of them was the Shrouded Turin. So I wanted to pick y'all's brain on that and
Interesting
see
subject.
where y'all, where y'all look, because it seems, well, it doesn't seem, in the history of it, never where it landed, there's always like, a huge turmoil or an invading or a conquering, and then it gets switched from hand to hand until it finally ended up in, the Turin Cathedral. But because what was when they raided Constantinople was the first time that it got, the Byzantine Empire or whatever, when it got, I guess publicly, that's where the story begins basically. But it just seems like it went from place to place, and there was always, but also back then there was a lot of conquering going on, through the years. But then it got moved up to France, and then in the 1500s, and then, but then it got in the fire. So it's like there's a push to bring it down or relocate it until it finally got to its final resting place. But there's a lot of oddities about it, like for the fact that you can take a regular painting or two-dimensional object, and if you try to photograph it with a three-dimensional, photograph, it doesn't come out right. But this, for some reason, does. Also, that it's not. These pieces aren't dyed. There's like no actual dye used. It's more like a radioactive kind of a burn. But I just wanted to pick y'all's brain on it because I know we all have a section of us that digs on that partial religious paranormal kind of aspect. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that one up and pick your minds on that.
Well, you want to start?
Well, yeah.
Well, not you. I was gonna ask.
Whoever.
What's your name? Melissa. You do it. You go ahead.
You mean Molly?
Monica.
Ma'am, sir, baby child, whatever. Monica.
The secretary that fetches coffee? That lady?
Oh my God.
Hey, you said it. I didn't.
I repeated it. Did you get some dental work done? Did you fixing something? Your teeth are moving inside of your mouth, sir.
They put on some
You
Palo
got the
Santo.
cheek glaze? You got the cheek glaze in there?
I'm Bucky.
I was going to say, you look like Alvin or Theodore.
My favorite line in the Chipmunks. He's like, he passes out at the amusement park, and they're like, "We got to get him some food. He's never gone more than 4 hours without eating." And I was like, "Wait, that's me. Crap." Yeah. There's a couple people that remind me of that little chipmunk. Got a lot of hair on their body, and they're like a little furry hamster, and they're angry and bitter.
Oh man.
Jealous.
They're fluffy.
Jealous.
Let's just say that they're very fluffy. So Joe, you brought up a very good subject. Okay, so Shroud of Turin. Let's start with this. A lot of people think that Da Vinci was the one. Da Vinci. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here. I was looking at colognes earlier. There was, before I go any further, there's a cologne called Something Society. And so one of my nephews sends me a message. He says, "You got to get this cologne, Uncle Wolf. It's so awesome." Really, he's just trying to tell me he wants it. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get that, and I'm going to wear it. And so I said, "Where do I get it at?" And he tells me where to get it at. And then I go, "Well, I got a guy that can get it." And so I go and I look it up, and it's something Society, Da Vinci. What's it called? Let me see. You sent me a text. Send me if you guys know, or if anybody in the audience knows about this. I thought I knew all about smelling good. I have tons of colognes, and I have a guy that can get anything I want at wholesale. Here it is, right here.
Irish Spring. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm going to show you the picture of it. It's right there. Can y'all see it? It's even got the prices on there for me. I'm like, wow, that's cool. You ain't getting that. I'm finna get it. Hi. Just letting you know, Uncle Wolf's getting it. He's getting Gentleman's Society. He's probably mad right now. He ain't gonna get it. But I'm getting it. Anyways, and then Burberry Hero. You heard of that one? So I said Da Vinci. I meant Da Vinci. But a lot of people believe that Da Vinci is the one that made the Shroud of Turin. Do you know about that, Joe?
Yeah, I've heard the speculation on it. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
But we'll see. But when they're doing the actual the fiber tests on it, it wasn't like brushed on and it's actual DNA. There's actual DNA on it. So I mean, but there wasn't really like brush strokes, or it wasn't really that outline pattern is what I'm talking about. Where the blood wounds are is actual. There's DNA. It's blood DNA. But where just the outline of the framework, they're saying it's not dyed. It's not like any kind of brush strokes or kind of like painting, type stuff. So that it's more like a radiated burn. So I mean, unless he figured out a way to use some kind of, going by what they're saying, from what I've heard, then he would have to use some kind of like almost like a energy transfer, or kind of like a laser, I guess you'd say nowadays, to make those actual markings.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm just talking about the outline of the body part, but where the crown of thorns and on the back and the side wound, that's all actual, I guess, blood, I guess.
Yeah,
from
Mystical Wonderland made a good point here. They said new research says it's real, but can't prove it was Jesus. Correct. That is correct. I will say this, though, and this is what I'm going to say, and this is what I believe. The papacy, the Vatican, if this was real, it would be below the Vatican. That's if it was Christ. And if it and like the spear of destiny, Longinus. This is what's so hilarious to me, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to kind of go on a soapbox here for a minute. I'm going to go on this rant or whatever people want to call it. Good point there, Paranormal Roundtable. I'm assuming that's Anthony, but I don't know for sure which one of you yahoos got me on the Paranormal Roundtable thing. Christ was depicted that way before the Borgias were born. Does anybody not know who the Borgias were? Because I can tell you all about the Borgias. He was a Spanish pope that was extremely hated because he was Spanish. Now, we don't know, because of all the hate that they got, what was real and what wasn't. We don't know what the propaganda was against them and what was actual real. Kind of like Catherine the Great. There was so much hate against her that there were so many lies spread about her that we don't know what was real. And we know that the Russian aristocracy was into orgies and all kinds of things. But we don't know what's real and what's not because of the hatred that they got. And we know that at one point they were the communists, when they took over, they made up a lot of lies about the aristocracy so that they could be like, this is why we had to do it. This is why we had to murder everybody. This is why we killed 35 million people, because they had wild orgies, So no matter how egregious the lies were that they told, it still did not make sense, because people were still like, yeah, you killed everybody because they were out of control. Whatever, dude. And I believe the Rasputin, let's just throw him in there. I believe he was the devil's pawn. I think he was being used. I think he was extremely satanic and evil. And I think he dug into the family to become the death knell for them. He was a ringer that was thrown in there to destroy them. Here's what I'm going to say, though, but we're not going to get all into the Borgia popes. I could give you an entire history lesson on that. I could give you an entire history lesson on what happened when France invaded Italy after that, and how it ended up being the French kind of took control of the papacy for a while. The Spear of Destiny. Now, everybody says the Spear of Destiny. What the Spear of Destiny is a Roman soldier named Longinus was basically told to go and pierce the side of Christ to make sure that he was deceased in the flesh. And when he did, some of his blood got on him, and he fell down on his knees and says, truly, this is the Son of God. And he begged for forgiveness. And now that spear became a part of history. What I think is funny is that I was on a panel one time, and I see somebody says Hitler supposedly found the Spear of Destiny. Well, here's what's funny. I was on this panel years ago on a channel, that guy that had a history channel is not there anymore, and it was called Searching for Historical something Inaccuracies, some kind of hokey. I mean, there's like 40 people in the chat, right? And it didn't really, and I was kind of getting bored because the people that I was with were not history buffs. They were just kind of like talking, and I kept having to correct them. And then some of the people in the chat, which are just a bunch of rowdy goals, started arguing with me and saying, you don't know what you're talking about, because I'm on my 4th Pabst Blue Ribbon, and I would know it's right if this is true, because you go over, it's a history. And I said, okay, this is ridiculous. So before I bailed, I said, you're all full of poo. You don't know what you're talking about. And I said, the Spear of Destiny would have been very easy for Hitler to come by. You know why? Because Mussolini was his big, staunch ally. They were all fascists, whatever. I say fashionista because it's like their fashion was out of this world. Let's be honest. Okay. Hugo Boss made the uniforms. Did a great job. They did a great job. Okay. The mentality, not so much, but everything else, it was spot on. They looked really sharp. But, so what ended up happening, if Hitler wanted the Spear of Destiny, he could have asked, because the papacy had made its deal with the Italian dictator you know, Mussolini was in charge. So why would he need to go far flung somewhere to find the Spear of Destiny? The Spear of Destiny is
In the
well
basement.
within, it's in the basement of the Vatican, right?
Yeah.
Along with all the other forbidden things. So I personally believe that that is nonsense. And I said there is nothing, absolutely nothing to prove that Hitler went all over the Middle East and all the way to Japan. And supposedly the Japanese were looking for it in China to try to help him. And they built up an entire, you know, storyline that he didn't need to do that. He would just go to the papacy and tell them, you know, where's the spear? I don't know if he would really talk like that, but then, and the Pope would say, I don't have it. For real, I don't lie. The spear is not here. Have a calzone and leave. You know,
It's in another castle.
it's the spear you're looking for is in another castle. And you know, so I mean, you know, it doesn't make any sense. I said, does that make any sense to anybody? And they were just like, you know what you're talking about. The Spear of Destiny was in Tibet. I said, Tibet, Quebec, Kathmandu. You know, what are you talking? It doesn't. No, it wasn't.
Right.
That's where it was at. I mean, Jesus, you know, and this is going to offend some people. I'm not trying to, but it was called Palestine at that time. Because people say these ridiculous things. You're like, it's called Israel, not Palestine. And it always has been. No. It was called Palestine. It's one of the few provinces that still to this day had the same name until recent history.
Yeah.
The Romans, it was called Palestine. And so that's where Jesus was born, was north of there, which was Galilee. He was a Galilean. And so, you know, when you stop and you look at how ridiculous that is, you know that anything that was done within the confines of the Roman Empire became, you know, it became a part of the you know, the Vatican. I mean, it became the Holy Roman Empire. And so why would he need to go all over Tibet and, you know, all these other places to find something that was right there, you know? Now, here's the interesting thing, and here's where it gets really interesting. Mussolini, who had designs himself, he actually appealed to the Allies several years before the war kicked off. And I would dare say that he actually kicked it off because he invaded Ethiopia. Get this. Now, people are going to argue with this one. Why did he invade Ethiopia? They said, well, it was a colony at one time that belonged to Italy, and they wanted to reestablish their rules. So they went in and they conquered them, whatever. There's all these different little reasons, and it's all wrong. It's not correct. Ethiopia had the Ark of the Covenant, which I think that, and the Ethiopian Bible, the original Bible is really there. It's really there. I believe that those, somebody says he was a Nazarene. Yes, Hermano, but where was that place at? Okay. Anyway, the thing is, if you look at this, you know, where these artifacts were, they were in Ethiopia. Okay. Yeah. So it's not a coincidence to me, and then Brother Abe is back here. It's not a coincidence to me that they went into Ethiopia and they think, oh, well, he wanted to conquer it. Why? There's all kinds of other places. You could have gone somewhere else in northeastern Africa. I believe that he was working under orders from the papacy. I believe that. And I believe that they had thrown their lot in with the Axis because they believed them to be the more powerful party, even though there was like 5 times fewer than because they had a lot of drive. You know, they had the ambition. And so the papacy had joined forces with them and even had taken funds, redirected them. And this is going to sound like a shocker, but the Rothschild family were a Jewish family, along with the Krupps, the Oppenheimers, the Sassoons. They all supported Hitler. Shocker. Everybody's like, no, yeah, they did. Their money along, yeah, they're like, It's just the truth. I mean, the Rockefellers were the American version of that, but they were on board with it too. Who do you think ran Time magazine? You know, Hitler was the man of the year. Time magazine. I mean, it was, and so people we could do a whole show about that. I mean, but here it is. They went into Ethiopia, and I can tell you exactly what they were looking for. They were looking for the Ark of the Covenant. And Italy was the spearhead, no pun intended. Because Mussolini, who said, he's like, I have a problem with this guy. He's like, he's at my border. He has rearmed, and he asked the Allies for help. He says, I need Austria to be a buffer zone, and Austria was hostile. And they rejoined Germany, which was not supposed to ever happen because after World War I, they said, you're not supposed to be together anymore. You two get in trouble when you're together. So they separated them. And it makes Germany's amazing. They almost had victory because if you look at their allies that they had in World War II, two of their pivotal allies, Italy and Japan, actually fought for the Allies during World War I. And get this, when it came time to divvy up the prizes, that the Turks were defeated, the Ottomans, they were Germany's ally, Austria, Hungary. When it came time to divvy up the prizes, they didn't give anything to Italy and Japan. So Hirohito and Nagamoto, his admiral, one of the strongest people in Japan at that time, they basically said, hey, this time around, no dice. We are not helping you. You didn't give us anything last time, and we helped you. So Italy felt like that they had been given the shaft. And so what Mussolini said was, Hitler has designs on Europe. And if you don't stop him or do something about it, and he asked for a garrison at his northern border, and they told him no. And Eisenhower even went so far as to say, literally, he said this to Mussolini, and people will say this is not true, but it is. And Patton knew this too. He said, you know what? You can stick it where the sun don't shine, and you're more like him than you are us, so you should be his friend. And guess what? Mussolini said, okay, that's what I'm going to do. And they didn't need to go look for the Spear of Destiny because they already had it. And they were looking for the Ark of the Covenant, which they did. I'm telling you, 100%, they took it. In 1936, the Ark of the Covenant was surrendered by the Ethiopian government in exile. And it was given to the papacy. And it now resides at the Vatican, along with the Spear of Destiny, which was always there. What Hitler was looking for in Tibet was not the Spear of Destiny. It was something even more profound. And it was an angelic sword. You ever heard of the Garden of Eden, the swords that the angels wielded? The flaming sword, yes. And so when he was looking for the sword of light, which was supposedly taken into Tibet by an angel, and they also found a wooden box or sarcophagus on Mount Ararat. You know where that's at? It's in Turkey.
Where the Ark, where the Ark.
Yeah, Noah's Ark. Yeah. But you know what they found inside of it, folks? Mind blown here. And guess who funded it? The Krupps, the world's largest arms dealing family, and they are actually Jewish. So you still think the war was about that? When actually they were digging and looking for artifacts? And one of Germany's big allies, another shocker, Bulgaria. Adam. They found Adam, right? Which he was 30 foot tall. He was a pale, tall, humanoid being, which was the prototype of man. He was made by we don't know who. The fundamentalists will scream all day, it was God, baby Jesus, because they are not smart, okay? But that's fine. They can believe what they want, but this is the truth, folks, and I'm going to tell you this. They found him. It's called Bulgaria's Roswell. Does anybody know the name of what happened? Where the place is? If anybody wants to look it up and tell me. Because right now I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember the name of the place, but I've said it on the show before.
But yeah, I know that that's literally what
What is it?
Adam translates to is, first man.
The first
Adam.
man, yeah.
Right.
Let me look it up. Bulgaria's. I terribly slow typer here. Bulgaria's Roswell. And I know the name of this, and as soon as I see it, I'm gonna be like, yes.
Was Ludza?
Yeah, Tsarachina. Tsarachina. I knew it was Russian leader mixed with China, but I couldn't remember the first part of it. No, Tunguska was actually the explosion, but yeah, 312 Arts. Yeah, that's also interesting what happened there. And it's Psyche Awakens says Lilith was the first woman. Technically, she was.
Oral Torah. Yeah.
The Oral Torah, yeah. And so when you put it all together, you start to sit there and you go, whoa, what is all this? This is weird, right? So there's a war, and I believe that there was an alien agenda behind it too, because they wanted these early artifacts. They have a special significance to them. They do a lot of things that are these elites that are in control of the world, right? They do a lot of ceremonial things that we don't understand. I am not big on ceremony. In fact, one of my heroes is Nobunaga, Oda Nobunaga. At his dad's funeral, he ran up and he threw sand on the corpse and he went psst, like that, literally. And his whole family was like, oh, why would you do that? And he says, piss on ceremony. What does this matter? We drink sake of these little cups and we bow and we wave and we do all this ridiculousness, these pros that we do for these other feudal lords. And he said, to hell with all that. This is a dead man. Bury him or burn him. Doesn't matter. Well, we got to have a special day for this and a special time for that. And yes, and hit you with a wiffle ball bat. He did not care. He was pragmatic to the nth degree. And he says, we need to go right now because my dad is dead and our enemies are gathering at the border. And so we need to go and we need to kill them. And they were like, oh, no. Well, there has to be several days of mourning and we have to go march in the streets and throw, confetti on our heads and whatever. And he says, okay, you do that. And by next week, we'll be conquered. So throwing ceremony and all that other symbolism out the window, he didn't give a crap about it. And he immediately got his people together and they went to war and they conquered the neighbor and then they conquered another neighbor and they built a union. Of course, his right-hand people, they helped to, and Toyotomi, who ended up taking his place when he died, when he was killed, and Takeda Shinjin, they were the ones that founded, Japan. And then, of course, everybody knows, let me get Joe back on here, Tokugawa, who became the dynastic ruling family for a long, long time. But those were his three main guys. And they were from neighboring clans that he said, hey, let's conquer Japan together. And they did. It was a effort that they threw out ceremony and they threw out all this other crap. And people didn't like Toyotomi because he was not from the nobility. Well, he was, but he was minor. He was not supposed to be. They're like, how can this man rule? He doesn't wear big fluffy pants and robes and bow and do all this ridiculous crap. He picks up a sword and kills people. Same thing happened to Shaka Zulu. They told Shaka, they said, no, this is how we've always done it. And he's like, stand 300 yards away, scream and yell, beat our chests and throw spears. And then one side claims victory and walks off. So you know what Shaka did? He ran up to one of his enemies and impaled him. And everybody was like, oh, that's not what you're supposed to do. We're supposed to do all this ceremonial crap. And then we sit back and he's like, you're full of crap, dude. And him and a small group of his friends started butchering the enemy and actually killing them. So by the time World War II came along, we were very good at it because World War I, we were practicing with these machine guns on how to commit mass slaughter, which what that was a sacrifice. So the Allies wanted a bigger sacrifice. There was no doubt that Germany was doomed regardless. They were going to attack Germany no matter what they did, because they joined forces with Russia and they invaded Poland together and they carved it up. And guess what? Everyone ignored Russia and still keyed in on Germany. And they didn't declare war on Russia. They declared war on Germany. But they purposely ignored Mussolini. Why? Two reasons. One, I think, and this is really important, things like the Shroud of Turin, the Spear of Destiny, and now the Ark of the Covenant ended up being in his hands. They were like, oh, it doesn't matter because the Vatican has control of this dude. What they didn't expect is that the Vatican was in on it. And it was the deal from that was the deal from Jump Street. So when you stop and you look at it, I mean, what happens, folks, is let's just do this. You type in the Italian dictator Mussolini, right? Benito Mussolini, El Duce. And then you get this little, if you were just to go to Wikipedia, they're gonna spout off the basics, right? Oh, he was an Italian dictator. He led the fascist party's prime minister, in 1922. He was prime minister of Italy from the March on Rome. So in 1922, he took power, right? Do you realize that Hitler wasn't even involved with the Nazi party at that time? You know who founded and created the Nazi party? Otto and Gregor Strasser. What's interesting about Otto and Gregor Strasser is the history books will not tell you this. Their mother's family were Jewish and they were bankers. Shocker. And they were part of the Rothschilds lineage. Now, most people are going to go and look that up and go, that's not what it says. That's not what it says. And of course, you're going to do that because you've got the retardation.
Didn't say that.
It doesn't say it on the history books, man. Where'd you get all this information? The Mormons. I kid you not. Do you know that the Mormons, and everybody's going to go like, what is he talking about? I see Melissa's like, what? Has he finally flipped his lid? Tune in next week to see how much of his mind is blah. No. The Mormons. I'm going to tell you something, folks, and you're going to think I'm cuckoo bananas until I make it make sense. Go look this up. If you don't believe me, you can do it yourself. I have a few friends that are Mormon. Now, although they can be annoying, I'm kidding around you. I'm joking. I have a few friends that are Mormon, but they can be annoying with the trying to proselytize to me. And they're like, you can have 7 wives. I'm like, you got my attention. I'm kidding. Nellie's at home going, what? I'm like, I want 7 of you, honey. I want to clone you. That's all. I'm trying to clone you. Let me clone you. Right? Michael Keaton did that on a movie. It was cool. Right? He did it. Multiplicity. Great movie. Great movie. I was talking to my friend Josh Sprague from 7 Clay. We're going to unveil some of the new summer shirts coming out from Paranormal Roundtable. And I'm going to unveil a big surprise for you too. You're going to be able to order these from a new store that we're creating. Me and Josh Sprague got together, a meeting of the Joshes, huge brains talking. And we have, those kind of abilities. Every Josh has a kinetic ability to talk to the other Joshes. I say kinetic because we can become angry quite easily and then get impaled by a deer horn made to open bottles. You never know what could happen when 2 Joshes get together. All right. You should see me and Josh and Nokia talking. It's just, Don't mess with us. All right. Don't mess with the cult of Joshes. You don't know what goes on at our meetings. The world's business is decided there. All right.
Wow.
So me and one of the Joshes were talking today, and he runs 7 Clay, and we were talking about business and how everything's going to become automated because people have the retardation. And so anyway, this is what happens. with this, with the thing with Mussolini. So what happened was these people, they had these artifacts and they wanted them. And they said, "Oh, the Vatican's going to give them over to us." Wrong. You know why? You ever heard of Bank of America? Did you know that at one time it was owned by the Vatican? Yeah, very, very few people know that. Very few people know that. They used to have it, the Cathedral of Notre Dame on their logo. It's not there anymore. But it is weird that these people were actually believing that the papacy, they have control of this guy down in Italy. We aren't worried about this guy, until he invaded Ethiopia, and they were like, okay, well, he's invading a third world country. Nobody cares. Wait a minute, what's in Ethiopia? Uh-oh. Did he just start World War II? Yes, he did. But then the League of Nations, because it wasn't the UN yet, it wasn't that retarded yet. It's something else. They were like, "Oh, excuse me, why are you doing this?" And Mussolini says, "Hey, screw off." And they're like, "Okay." And then they just left it at that. And Ethiopia was now a country being run by a fascist dictator. And everybody was in exile, and they were like, "Oh, it's no big deal." So when de Gaulle and the French abdicated and the Vichy regime took over in the South, and they did, people don't know what that is either. And then the Germans took over the North. They were like, "Oh, it's okay. Go be in exile like the Ethiopians. Everybody's doing it now." I hope we don't do it. And it ends up happening. And he's like, "Nobody did anything. This is wrong. Nobody did nothing when Ethiopia was invaded by the Italians." And they were like, "You didn't either." Beside the point. So we end up with all these artifacts in the hands of the Axis. And they were supported by the Krupps. Believe me, 100%. Hitler went to the banks and said, "Look, recognize my position. Give me $3 billion loan to finish this war, and we'll all make out like bandits." And the banks said, "No, we're hedging our bets with the West. They defeated you once, they'll defeat you again with our help." And so he said, wait a minute. That's not part of the plan. The plan was I rail on these people, and then y'all give us some money, and then we create something. I will talk about that on my show on Saturday, and I'll tell you exactly what they did. But I can't talk about it on YouTube. But it ends up being a big thing. So what ends up happening? They go to war, and then the banks flip-flop, right? The papacy starts to see that they're going to lose, and they said, you know what? We've been surrounded all this time by the evil fascists. Come save us. Help us. Come on, Patton. We didn't want to be a part of this. So when the Allies come, they're like, "Oh, thank you for saving us. We were being attacked by the evil Germans and their Italian allies. We're not part of any of that stuff." And they're like, "Can we take a look around?" "No, you cannot." Well, half of Europe has been looted and they're missing their treasures. I don't know where it's at. Something falls right out of their pocket. What is that? My wife's tennis bracelet. Why are you asking so many questions? Take your American ass on. There's a lot of questions coming from you. I don't want to be asking all that. Talk to my friends, the bankers. Now, they'll tell you. We're all on the up and up. They go to the Rothschild. Yes, they are. They're all on the up and up. All of us. We're all together friends. Stop the evil Nazis that were once our friends and now our enemies. What are you up to? Don't worry about that. Ignore the man behind the mirror, the man behind the curtain, whatever. And this is what happened. So when the dust settled and everything cleared, you realize that still to this day, there's a lot of things missing from a lot of places. When they took the Ark from Mount Ararat after World War I, and guess who got it? Britain. Britain got it. And they won World War I by the skin of their teeth. Germany, Austria, and Hungary and Turkey almost defeated the Allies, who had more help in World War I than did even World War II. But it was crazy how it all played out. What they found in that Ark is beyond anything you could imagine. It wasn't a boat, folks, with a bunch of animal bones in it. It was a box that housed a black cube. And that's all. I'm going to stop right there because I can't go any further on YouTube and tell you the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say. But I'm going to tell you the rest of the story tomorrow. Tune in on Rumble when I piss a bunch of people off. Somebody messaged me the other day and they said, you know what you do, Josh Turner? You take a big pee inside of my brain, and I don't like it. Then why do you keep tuning in? You're rewriting history. Rewriting history, I'm telling you what's really happened. You want to believe fairy tales that aren't real. And I'm telling you that that's not true. And the mainstream is scared, but I'm hedging my bets that the mainstream is getting punched in the face like Rocky's getting hit by Clubber Lang. Now I know what you'll say. Rocky won in the end, right? But that's a fairy tale because we all know that Sylvester Stallone would have been killed by Mr. T. Right? I pity the fool who tries to step to Clubber Lang. Call me B.A. Biceps because I crush your whole game. Don't mess with me. My prediction for the fight, pain. That's a bad man. He was an actual tough man champion. He was a bad dude. He was a real bad dude. And Rocky or Sylvester Stallone, God bless him, but he was like, dude, this guy's hitting me for real. It's hurting. Yeah, no shit. Dolph Lundgren hurt him too. Have you seen him?
Gave him a
These
heart
are
attack.
real
Yeah,
tough
gave him a heart
people.
attack. Yeah.
You know? And Sylvester Stallone's not a big tough guy. I like him. He's, but these guys are hitting me for real. This is a real fight. I'm not trying to get beat up here. He wanted Ernie Shaver. Thank God. Ernie Shaver didn't, because Ernie Shaver would have killed him. So that didn't happen. Thank God it didn't, because if you know who Ernie Shaver is, go look him up. He's an amazing boxer who's brutalizing people. He ruptured a guy's kidney. I mean, so they had Ernie at first, and he hit him too hard. So they asked Mr. T, they're like, Mr. T, can you not kill this little Italian dude? He says, I don't know. I'll try. Let me see what I got. How much money you got? And they're like, okay, all right. I won't hit him too hard. And the dude was tough. He was a tough guy. But that's what I'm thinking now. I'm saying I don't care, because what's happening now is you have all these different platforms that are coming out, and the narrative has been set and put in place by the old guard, but they're not one to just give up their secrets. But it's too damn bad, because all it takes is some digging. Learning multiple languages helps. I can tell you that. And then you can do that. You can become a true researcher. But these people, they don't want that. They don't want to be true researchers. They want to pretend. They want to play around and say, history says this and this and it says that. That's bullshit. That's all it is. A bunch of bullshit. So they're the ones taking the pee in your brain, not me. Carl. I'm not going to say your name, Carl. I'm just going to say that. He said, I'm too old to be learning history. Then don't tune in. He said that. How old are you? 56? You're old? That's not old. You're set in your ways, but they used to say once you were 35, you were set in your ways. Everybody on this panel has hit 35. We're past that, right? Are we set in our ways? I'm not set in my ways. Every day I do something different.
Dude, now I got Eye of the Tiger stuck in my head.
In the burning
cabinet.
Let's change it. Let's just about to burst. There's a quest for answers, and somebody pees in your brain. You got to do the montage, like somebody's on the train, you're Ike up there, and you're like, you're looking out, and he sees me hitting his stroke, and he's looking out the train. And he's like, no, my gaggle of hens and weirdos will defeat you. I hate the truth. Truth sucks. Never going to stop lying, frauding. I'll build a new army. I'll come back. He's like that dude from what is it called? The Evil Dead, the Army of Darkness. I'll come back for you. You'll die in the graveyard before you get it. The Necronomicon. Sally 4. He goes back and he says, did you say the words? Yeah, I said them. Did you really say them? I don't know. I said some words. I brought the book. What do you want?
Oh.
Clot 2, Lot 2, whatever. More or less.
He's part from Children of the Corn, man.
Yeah. Well, he likes corn. He talks about it all the time on his and then the lady's like, "Leave that nice Oklahoma man alone." Yeah. Okay, Tally. I'll get right
There's
on
a
that.
booger living in my cornfield, messing with my corn on the cob.
He has to eat. He has to eat the corn, and if that's the problem. It's like Popeye with spinach. He eats corn. And it's like do. Now he just starts talking crap like crazy. He gets ideas and things because the GMO corn. It's gotten to his brain. It's gotten to his brain.
All the pesticide from the cornfield done got him all messed up in the head, or that, or the chemicals in the meth.
They put a lot of, that the chemicals in meth, amphetamine, and I'm not going to say what it's made with because there's people that might actually go and try to make it. But I know exactly how to make it. I'm going to tell you, I will not, okay, because I don't want to blow up.
Me too.
He's like, me too. So you live some certain places, you learn. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
There are people that
get
their
blown
body, the molecular structure of their body is falling apart because they do it. Your hair will fall out. Your teeth will rot and fall out. Your skin will fall off. I'm not joking. It literally disintegrates your body.
Well, yeah.
Mhm.
It break down your molecular structure like crazy, man. Yeah.
Cocaine does it in a different way. It's the chemicals that they use. It'll do the same thing.
Yeah, it's what they use to bring it from. Anyway, yeah. Shut up, Breezy. Shut up.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about, it is what it is. I mean, I had a friend, he was like, I could see it coming a mile away. He's like, and I'm like 2 a.m. and I'm like, shh, who is it? I'm joking. I didn't do that. No, I actually opened the door. I was like, what's up, man? And he's like, oh, Wolf, what's up? I'm like, oh, it's you. What's going on? And he's like, my car broke down the street. It's this crazy story. I don't even know if I should be telling you the story, Wolf. 3 guys, they robbed me, right? And they stole my kid. I need $1,000 to get my kid back. So I left my wife with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, it's all downhill from there. I'm like, really? Let's go get in my car. Let's go find your kid. No. Look, I don't want to bother you. It's almost 3 a.m, man. It's almost 3 a.m. Alfred's going to leave soon. Who's Alfred? I don't know. It's a guy. Somebody stole my kid, man. Come on now. You going to help me? You're going to just sit there and wave a gun around and act like the Big Lebowski. Come on now. I got things to do. I got things to snort. I'm like, what? I said smoke. What did I say? I don't know. Anyway, come on now. And I'm like, you're losing your mind. I think you're on something. I ain't on anything. He tries to grab me. Please. What do I got to do to get some money? And I'm like, dude, get off of me, man. What is this?
Ask the people in the trees. They know what I'm talking about. They're in the tree line right there.
This skid has gotten way out of hand. He's like, there's a Black Panther out there in the parking lot of your house. You want to see it? Go look at it. I can see it right there. He's coming for me. You go sit there. Just let me die. I said, your skin is going to rot. Your brain is going to fall out of the back of your head and run down your back and your leg. And then like 2 years later, I see this. I'm not joking. I was driving and I was like, and I see this guy walking down the road all, and he was like just a skeleton. I said, oh, shoot. That's Tom. I almost said his name. I said, oh, shoot, that's the guy. Man, and same thing. I was at a 7-Eleven and here comes this dude that I hadn't seen in years. And he had gone to jail for breaking into an ATM. Now, if you were going to break into an ATM, there's a little thing on there called a camera that sees you, right? But he did it right there in front of the whole world on 6th Street. And he did it with a freaking hammer. And the police didn't even run over there. They just walked up and they're like, look at this dumbass. And they just grabbed him. And he's like, oh, shoot, dude. Oh, no, dog. Shoot, dog. Oh, no, dog. That's how he talked, for real. And I don't even want to say his name because he has the same name as a podcast friend of ours. So I don't even want to say his name because I don't want to offend that guy. But this guy was big time bad on drugs. And then he gets out and he's like, oh, man, I've gone straight. I'm a youth counselor now. And I'm like, sure. Okay, see ya. A year later, he's waiting tables at a restaurant. I was eating at this restaurant I like to go to. And he comes out and he stumbles around. And he's all, oh, man. what's up, dog? Oh, you gonna eat here, dog? And I'm like, well, I thought about it. I'm probably not now. No. Baby Acapulco's. I know you probably know what that is, Abe, and I know you do, Joe. Baby Acapulco's.
Yeah.
And I said,
Purple
I
people
don't know if I
eater.
should eat here. And I was with my girlfriend at the time, and she's like, "Who's that?" And I said, "That's a guy that needs some help. He needs some help. Let's get out of here." Because he's all, "Hey, man, I told him let me be your waiter, dude." I'm like, "No, we're good." The lady that came, she could probably do. She looks like she's really committed to helping us. Oh no, I got it, bro. I'm like, "Oh man."
The one? Are you talking about the
I
one?
had to get up and
Riverside?
leave.
Talking about the one on Riverside?
No,
that's attached to a
no.
7-Eleven?
The one on Barton Springs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Purple Ritas, and I'm like having a good
Purple?
time, and this guy comes out, I got these cheeseburgers, man. I'm like, they sell them here? I thought this was enchiladas and tacos. What are you doing here? So, they don't really change. It just, somebody came in.
Yep, all right, buddy. Love you.
We're talking about good stuff. Nothing bad.
We're talking about Bigfoot drugs. That's all. No big deal.
Talking about nothing. Nothing. I want nothing.
I'll show you a trick. I'll make this corner of the cop disappear.
Oh my gosh.
Do you want to see?
So what ends up happening? I don't know if Jen can hear us. Hi, Jen.
Oh my God.
I don't see how she puts up with Breezy. But it's crazy. Abe, your house got flooded the other day. I had a really good talk with your wife.
Yeah.
She's a nice person, very nice person. I called to see how everything was going. I said, look, I'm going to come help you guys out. I got to dump this meth first. As soon as I'm done with that, I'm there. I am there. My enemies are going to be like, see, I told you he was doing them drugs. That's what he does.
That's a sign right here, man. The crystal. The crystal's a sign.
Crystal method.
Yeah.
Smack my man. No, for real. But what we were talking about though is these people, they get all on this whatever, and you really got to look at this from a serious standpoint. Let's talk about this for a second, and I'm going to throw this in there. Drugs really became a big deal on the battlefield of World War II. Everybody talks about the SS being on drugs. They were on a type of the early form of methamphetamine, but it was ephedrine. It was really ephedrine, and they were giving them ephedrine. And these young guys were up for days, in some of these, foxholes and machine gun nests, whatever, and they were holding off entire battalions.
Yep.
You know why? Because they were high. They were, and they were using the MG-42 to blast everything that moved. But the Soviets were doing it too. And there were even cases of some of these pitched battles that they fought with the Soviets where they were like timeout, and they actually exchanged it. I kid you not. The Soviets and the Germans got into close quarters at times. They traded dope. Like they'd be like, look, I need some bread. Okay, well, if you got this, you don't need bread, and they were like, cool. And they take it and they're like, let's fight. It's just the truth. I read an article from a German soldier who said when they were in Leningrad, some of the Spaniards from the Azul division that were helping them, and the Italians were there too. And one of the Italians went into, the city to trade for this with the Soviets, and the Soviets had it. Their leaders were giving it to them. Now, you tell me this. The Soviets and the Germans were allies going into the war. Two sides of the same coin. But where do you think they originally got all this from? The elites. The elites gave it to them because they were like, look, we're supplying you with arms, with these weapons. You know what else we're going to give you? We're going to give you something that's going to turn your men into super soldiers, and they're going to kill the shit out of each other.
Right.
I promise you they did.
It's the same as no one from Compton went down to Columbia to get.
Exactly. No, they had Bill. Bill's like, look, not only am I going to break every taboo as the president, Monica, we're going to get rich off of some cocaine. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm gonna bring it up. Some Peruvian flake. It's gonna be there. I'm telling you.
Or actually, even Bush Senior. You know, that's
He did it too.
Yeah,
1,000 points alike. Up my
that's
nose.
that's where because you're talking Rick, like Freeway Rick Ross.
Sounds like some new rap. What was that?
Yeah.
Auto tune. Don't use the auto tune.
But yeah, I mean, Freeway Rick Ross talks about
what up,
that.
Daniel?
Wow, you were breaking up bad
There's
there.
something wrong, yeah.
Yeah. So do you think that with this, like what we were talking about, Joe, with the Shroud of Turin,
Mhm.
you know, how much of the war do you think was fought for the artifacts, or was that just a sidelight? That was just a gimme, grab me thing, whatever part of it.
You know,
And how many people were killed just to be a sacrifice?
I think there was a big, how would you call it, occultic part of, and that's been proven time and time again, as far as the thing that the artifacts they were supposedly searching. I don't think so much, like you were saying earlier, I don't think so much as it was a hard egg hunt to find, because they're all the elites. Everything's in their backyard that they've already, was brought over by all the way from the Knights Templar days. You know what I mean? So, everything's still in the basement, but is this, is it trade worthy? Can we, work certain, and also believe in the big Antarctica part of it, where they were taking a bunch of these artifacts and starting this whole thing in the Antarctic. That's just my personal take on it, because there is, huge expeditions of, like warplanes and all this stuff, they were, like, I forgot what Admiral Byrd's the first government funded expedition down to Antarctica, but it was a militarized operation, so there was more to it than meets the eye that actually, that goes along with that. So, but I do think that most of these religious artifacts and the pieces that were instrumental in the Ark of the Covenant, like you said, the Spirit of Destiny, Shroud of Turin, I don't think it'd be so public, just like the Crown of Thorns that they have encapsulated in the glass or whatever, the plastic, that they bring out every couple of years or whatever and show off to the church. I think decoy, that's me personally, but could it be an actual re-representation of something that they really did find, and the word got out on it? It's too much to totally cover up, so they re-embark with, here it is, this is what we're all looking at, here's the Crown of Thorns, here's the Shroud of Turin. Could there possibly be an actual one, and that's just a re-representation of it to appease the people that have already heard about it? I personally, I don't know. I mean, I don't think any of us will know until, we've gotten that piece of knowledge from the other side. But that's just kind of where I stand on it. But I think all these things that they did tie in, also with the banking systems, because war is always rotated around money, and money's always rotated around war.
And the Krupps are a big part of it. There's a book about the Krupps called The Krupps, and it's like this big. And I've read it, and it's tedious. It's like reading the Greek War of Independence. That's another one, but I choked it down. It was hard. It was like, good grief.
It's like reading the IRS. The IRS real book.
But you better do it.
Right.
When I'm handed a contract and I start reading it, people giggle. They think they're like, oh, okay. Like, because they think that you're not a lawyer. So that really pisses me off. I've been doing that since I was in my late 20s. I take my glasses and I start looking at it. And I'm like, what is this? I'm like, well, you probably should get a lawyer. Why did you write all this bullshit?
Right.
You know?
But yeah.
Of course,
yeah,
back then I had a
mean,
different business. I'd scare the shit out of people and then just throw it back at them and be like, you think you're cute? You think you own yourself? Yeah. Is that what you think?
I think it all goes hand in hand, you know, a spiritual side to everything, a monetary side of corruption. There's also a division of people, you know, keep them divided, you can conquer. And also historical evidence of things that they don't want you to actually understand or know about. You know, I think that it's all part of, like you were saying, like the elites, for them to keep us in wonder and mystery, keep us to let us know what we know. Think of like a car assembly line. You know, you just work on the doors, you work on the engine, you work on, and none of y'all actually know that y'all are building a car. You know, so if you keep everybody separate like that and send people out for all these different items, or let people concentrate on these different items,
compartmentalize, in other words,
right? Exactly. Then, you know, who's to know what, and the further off you can, you know, obtain your objective, you know, because your objective's high.
Keeping everybody, the right hand not knowing what the left hand is doing, is the oldest trick in the book. One of the people that I've interviewed recently, who gave me a story, and it was from World War II, and they were telling me that all of it was a big sham. It was all a big, you know, smoke screen, and that everybody that was supposed to die and whatever it was like a big play, but with real dead people. And so this person was saying that it was all orchestrated and set up, and everybody died the way that they were supposed to die, and that Hitler ended up in Argentina because he was part of the plan, and that's the way it went down. And at the time, when I first heard this years ago, when I first heard it, I thought, this is crazy. Like, how can this be? How could there be a conspiracy with all these people involved? And then it hit me. I'm like, okay, I'm overthinking it. There wasn't a lot of people involved in the main part of the conspiracy. They were just the leaders.
Right.
And they did it because I remember as a youth, when you're locked up, even as a youth, there's gangs, and the leaders get together and they decide which soldiers are going to get beat and done and whatever. This is how it works.
Shot callers.
And it's just shot callers, right? They know what's going on, and they'll work together, and they'll be like, we're just going to keep the image of like, we give a crap. We really don't. It's a bunch of sociopaths calling the shots for everyone else's demise. And so what's what they did. And so it was interesting. And I talked about this one time, I think when Garitano was on the show, and I had him and Chris James on a Saturday. Folks, that's why you got to listen to the Saturday shows. And we could have gone a lot deeper if we would have been on Rumble at that time. But we talked about Adolf Eichmann and how he was drugged before a Israeli court. And the questioning, they only took it so far, and then the news, they didn't allow anyone else. Like, you can never get those transcripts. You'll only get what they have, redacted or whatever you want to call it. They whitewashed it.
Yeah.
And because one of the things he says, very interesting, he keeps saying it over and over again. He goes, you knew the plan. He says that. And so when they're cross-examining him, they're like, why did you do this Holocaust, whatever? And he says, you know why. I'm a Zionist, and I helped you. And he even went so far as to say that he was German Jewish. He goes, this was all part of a plan. You guys know, why are we doing this sham here, this kangaroo court? Just kill me, because this was all part of it. You knew this. I was supposed to be let go. I mean, he says these wild things, and the people in the court are all like, oh, my God, I can't believe he's saying, holy crap. Dude, this is, they wanted to bring him and embarrass him and make an example of him. And if he said what they wanted him to say, they still were going to kill him, but they wanted him to say certain things, and he didn't. He started saying crazy things. And they're like, this man is clearly crazy. No, he was probably just saying, yeah, this was all part of the plan. And now I'm going to be killed because I went along with it. Joseph Goebbels. Take a look at him. I mean, you know, it's pretty obvious. I mean, he was not, German. I can tell you can look at him. And he said it on multiple occasions. And that he was actually a part of one of the families. Now, there were different people who said different things, like he was part of the Oppenheimers or he was part of the Rothschilds, but he was the propaganda minister, and this was all set up. This was all set up. The bombing of Dresden, where they smoked hundreds of thousands of civilians, and they killed 250,000 Jewish people, were annihilated. And guess what? The Germans didn't do that. Neither did the Soviets. It was the Allies. Now, the Allies lied.
Hey, brother Josh.
Tried to lie. What's up, Abe?
Hey, brother Josh.
Yeah.
Hey, I lost power, man. We lost power. So I'm out here outside. I had to go to where I got some kind of power. So I'm just letting you know that we lost power in the whole block where I live.
Hopefully they'll get it back on.
Yeah. So I'm out here in the, I know, I got my aluminum foil hat on to get a good reception.
I hear those work. Now they're in fashion too.
Yeah.
If the
So
Mavs
I'm just
win,
letting
I'll
you know
send
that
one.
we got no power on right now. So
Sorry
yeah,
about that, man.
maybe you can contact with Garantano. Let me use his power hat so I can get some
His
true
God
frequency over
helmet?
here.
Let's see if he's got the God helmet there to use. So what we were
Yeah,
talking
so he can
about
get good.
is-
If he's got, ask him if he got Wi-Fi.
So what we were talking about, Abe, to bring you up to snuff is
So yeah,
basically-
it's like I had to walk away from my house just to be able to speak because I have no connection over there at all.
Oh man.
I'm just letting you know. So I'm gonna get off till if I get the power back on, I'll jump on. All right.
Okay, no problem.
But thank you.
Oh, okay. So sorry. I guess Abe, poor guy, he's going through hell because they had a storm that came through. Temple always has the worst storms. I don't know what's going on there. I was coming back from Fort Worth one time and I nearly got washed away. And the whole time, my wife, she's sitting next to me asleep, and Anthony's in the back seat, and we had dropped off her sister in Fort Worth, and they were sleeping like Hindu cows. And I was like, I was praying. I was like, God, please let me live. I almost got washed away. And they get to Georgetown, they wake up, they're like, there's like, I had outrun the storm, the storm was behind me. And they were like, I'm hungry. Is everything okay? I'm like, a man on the wing of this plane, it was bad. It was rough. Now you all know the sacrifices I made for you.
That actually, on the way back from the conference, we got hit.
I was driving.
Yeah, right there in Temple. Yeah, Jen was driving, and we got Manny came
She's
down.
like doing she's like,
she was white knuckling it, and I was like, I'm too hungover for all this.
the partying though. That's why. And then I got blamed for that too. It wasn't even my deal. It wasn't my thing. I didn't make the party.
It was great though.
So what ends up happening though to this situation that we were talking about? It goes really deep, and there's a whole conspiracy there. But everybody's like, "Oh no, that's not what happened." Yes, it is, and they did conspire, and the leaders. You know how Hitler took over the Nazi Party that was created by Otto and Gregor Strasser, who eventually they fled to Canada and then they were murdered. And guess what? They weren't killed by Germans. Germans didn't send assassins to kill them. No. Guess what? They were killed by Americans. Because, and get this, they were a threat to the actual Nazi Party. They were a threat to Hitler, not to, they didn't do it to help the war effort. I'm telling you, this is a serious thing, because if they can commit an entire atrociousness like this, imagine what they could do to us now. These people are capable of anything. And if you don't believe it, you better wake up. I'm telling you, this show has evolved. It has turned into an information platform. But I'm telling you right now that there are stories, and then there's stories. And what I'm telling you tonight is very important. It may be one of the most important, not the most important, but probably one of the most important things. And it's on YouTube. It's very, very touchy. You have to be careful what you say because they censor the hell out of everything. And, I'm willing to go out on a limb because I don't care. I'll just go to another platform. Because time is running out, folks. And they're going to show their hand real quick. I'm telling you, they already broke a seal. Do you know what that is? With CERN, they opened up the abyss, folks. They did. And they keep going back. And this is going to sound cuckoo bananas too. They keep going back in time, trying to recap it. It's not working. You're just making more spin-off timelines that keep intersecting and keep having problems. And then they make a movie about it to do a soft disclosure on it so that they can circumvent karma, which doesn't work. Because every timeline you make is going to have a Josh Turner. Every timeline is going to have a Joe Breezy. Not so much the Melissa.
That's okay.
That time I did it on purpose. I was teasing you. No thanks, Monica. I was just joking. I was teasing.
Okay.
I was going to say something, though, off topic, but kind of on topic. Monica, you need to make your own channel, make your own show. You need to make that. You need to do that.
I thought about that. I really did.
You did? What'd you think?
Okay, so when my own channel, like my podcast now, I was like, Tex and Brandy are wonderful, right? But they came to me and they were like, we really think you'd be great. And I was on the fence with it for a long time. And I said, we can try it. I don't know how I'm going to feel about it because I've done podcasts in the past and I feel like I am a terrible host because typically the people I have on my show, I already know the answers and I'm, for whatever reason, just not inquisitive enough to just ask the questions, right? I mean, I can sit there like a talking head and just rant all night and I don't know how that would be receptive. But to me, it's always like a guest and a topic. And that's why you don't find me having guests on my show very often because they're usually people I know or topics I'm familiar with. And I just don't ask the good questions on them. So, I've been kind of kicking around my thoughts about just doing my own thing, but I'm still kind of on the fence with it personally, just for my own personal feelings on it.
I would just do it. Just make it. Just do it. And if you need somebody to co-host, you got Joe, you got me, you got Abe, you got all kinds of people. You got Tex and Brandy and Krista, and you have BMR. You have a whole cadre of really good people that can do things and help you.
Yeah,
totally so.
You have a good rapport with Garitano.
Yeah.
Right. You could have him come on there. There's a lot of people. Lyle, right? Lyle?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, you're like, I know all these people. Ken, all these people. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot going on in this field. A lot of good people that you can talk to, ghost people and Bigfoot people. And
but I mean, I don't think that I'd have an issue getting guests on. That's not my thing. I mean, it's just, it's my own hesitation from past experience. Let me put it that way. Like I'm shackled.
You never know until you try.
That's true.
No,
I gotta try.
On mine, that's the same reason. Like I run into because I'm better at bouncing off of another individual.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
that's definitely better.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of my people that I really want to get on are people like me, and they're either busy or they got things going on or kids or whatever. So it's hard to get them locked in. I'll be like, oh, Saturday we're going to do a show. And then Friday night, dude's like, I forgot my nephew's graduation. Or
it's always something, right?
Yeah, it's always something. So I'm like, man,
But that's why you got to be able to fly solo, Joe. Like me, I have the bag of tricks every time if something happens. And I have a book that I just keep, not an actual book, but like, my playbook that I use when I go on someone else's show. You keep those stories back in your back pocket because you're going on their show. Now, I made a decision the other night. I said, I'm not going to do anybody else's show. Not for a while. I don't need to. It's not an arrogant talking shit thing. I just don't need to. I don't need to depend on someone to moderate, you know.
Right.
Just not going to do it. I mean, it's not worth it, you know.
Yeah.
So, and I don't want to put anybody through that because people like to come and troll me and mess with me, and depends on what kind of mood I'm in too, you know. And if I'm in the mood for war, I'm not going to play, you know. And so, I don't want to put someone else through that, you know. The other night, I just wasn't in the mood. I'd been getting messed with for hours, and it had been going on since I was on Blueler's show. And then this person started saying things on. I was like, you know what, F you. You know, I just got tired of it, and it's unprofessional. I know it's, and I did it on Texas show. I owe him an apology, but I feel like I was upset. I'm not going to talk about it here, but you know, so it is what it is, you know. And there's always going to be people that hate you. They don't like you. They think that you're, a bad guy or whatever. I don't give a crap. Let them believe these morons and this coalition of the stupid.
Well, if you're stupid enough to believe it, then goodbye. Like, what's the point of even coming on and trying to? I mean, I guess they're just trying to get a rise out of you.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I just don't understand it personally.
When I fly, when I fly solo, I'm more like, I'll be like, so there's this UFO, and I'm like, squirrel. Y'all remember when we flew Red Rover? Remember Red Rover? I remember the 80s. It was great.
I think we all do that though. Sometimes we get it. You know, we get, as they say in the old days, you get it twisted. You know, and you just sometimes you get a little out there, and you're just like, dude. You know, but you know, some of my friends from the old days, they are amazed at my ability to not respond. Because I've come a long ways, baby. Let me tell you. They're like, and they've told me, they're like, I don't know how you do it. Because they would find your address and come over. And all these people talking about my gun. Yeah, your gun's not going to do anything to these guys. Believe me. Hit your house with a bazooka. I mean, those kind of people. That's why I don't want them getting involved. I don't bring them and go, hey, let's talk about stuff. Well, I know what telling is going to fly out of their mouth. I mean, I've been nervous when I had Loki on the show. I was kind of like, oh boy, you know, there's no telling what he's going to say. You know, these kind of people. I had to coach him. I'm like him and Chief and Pete and Squid, Diablo. Well, Squid hadn't been on, you know, and I've been kind of apprehensive. I want to bring him on, but you know, I don't know how he's going to react. I mean, that's not really their comfort zone. You know, there's the kind of guys that are just real guys, real men.
Right.
Some of them are former military, and some of them are ex-cons, and you're just going to be like, hey, maybe we should just bring them on the show and let's see what they think of this. And they're going to tell you what they think of it. And if you disagree, they're going to tell you to go F your mother. And so that, you got to be careful.
Yeah, no, exactly, man. Yeah, I got plenty of homies that like, you know, that have really good, you know, stories and really good, they were there at the time during certain events, but I'm like, this is YouTube world, dude. This is not.
Yeah, you can't come out here and just say a bunch of, you know. Yeah, this like is, at the conference, Joe. You saw you and Monica met Starscream. He's one of the more, I'd say, more tame. But then I had him on a late night one night, and we were shooting the breeze, and he was saying all kinds of foul stuff. You know?
Really?
Yeah, there's a late night one where me and Starscream comes on the show with Scorpion, probably a couple months back.
Mm-hmm.
And we did like 2 hours, you know, and Starscream's just kind of kicking back and he's saying his thoughts, and I'm laughing and I'm joking. Then later on I go to watch it and I'm like, oh boy. No, but it was after everybody had left. It was after hours, you know.
Right.
But you know, by the same token, me and Gaetano have started talking and shooting the breeze, and then Paul Sinclair from England, he jumped on, and we were all, and it just kind of was going, you know. And you don't know where it's going to go. We're just going to talk. I mean, this is a hangout. People think that this is like, I want to hear stories. I want to hear them now. You know, and you're like, dude, this is a hangout. All right, this is a hangout. And then somebody will tell me, wow, you can't just sit up there and get donations and talk about whatever you want to talk about. First of all, I'm not getting any, so shut up. Okay. Second of all, yes, I can. I can sit up here and talk about whatever I want to talk about.
Whatever you want, right? Yeah.
This is my studio. I can roll around the floor like a dog if I wanted to.
Right.
You know, and then you can video it, and people are like, he's finally lost his mind. Like the mainstream media gives a crap. They don't give a shit.
Right.
You're going to make a story out of it? I don't care. I've turned down a bunch of stuff. And it's gonna really break their hearts when they see the guests I got coming up. They're gonna be like, oh, why it can't be me? Because you suck. You suck. You sucks, dog. You SUX, dog.
Right, dog. So
That's what it is, man. Somebody said, "Where is Scorp?" I don't know. Flaco, where is Scorp at? I don't know. Flaco is skinny in Spanish. He don't like it when I call him. He gets mad, but whatever.
I did one recently. I think it was like last week or earlier this week, called Just BSing, and like, and we're getting into it. Like, then I re-listened to it like a couple days later, and I was like, dude, did I really tell that story? Oh my god!
Yeah, you do.
You're like, hey, to hell with it, you know.
Those are the best.
But I mean,
When Tex and
You guys, hey, Monica and you guys, when I left the show the other night, I listened. My wife continued to listen. I was just like, I was pissy mood. I had to get out of there before I said something worse, you know. And I listened to what y'all were talking about. Y'all were talking about the donkey lady, the deer woman. I mean, those are some interesting things. And I was over there pouting, and I was like, well, it's interesting, but I'm still mad. And my wife's like, come on, honey, they're your friends. It's like, I don't care. Then Monica messages me, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not okay.
I knew you weren't okay. I just said I'm checking
Not.
on you.
Or maybe it was text messaged me that, whatever. And I was like, and then the next day, Joe and me were talking about whatever the hell we were talking. It doesn't matter. People were messaging me and telling me that I should have been mad at y'all for continuing the show. And I'm like, why? I mean, if you got mad and stomped off right now, I would have just been like, okay, well, we got to keep going. What do you want? What do you want to do? And then Joe is a guest. It's not his show. What's he supposed to do? Oh,
Right.
well, I think you should do something. You know, like it's up to Tex.
right.
And Tex is not an aggressive guy. He's not. Now, if Tex was a different host, I would have been like, okay, you're playing a role. But it's Tex. He's just kind of like, okay, you know, just whatever.
I will say that, like, once you left, that lady kind of flipped out. And we were trying to go back through the chat to figure out what happened. And I mean, I didn't see the references to somebody else, but a lot of people were insisting that it wasn't who you were thinking she was talking about. She's talking to somebody else in the chat about a guy in Oklahoma. And that's what
didn't seem like it.
Yeah.
But I went back and I looked at the transcripts too, and I was like, am I justified in this? I felt like I was, but
I mean, yeah, you're gonna defend yourself, Josh. I mean, if you feel attacked,
no. I was out of line to a degree, but I do self-regulate. People believe it or not, I'm not just a wild man, you know, like I've gone in there. I was at the store the other day. I was at a 7-Eleven and I got some coffee. I don't even drink coffee. It was from my companion over here. We were out doing the patrol and he's falling asleep. And I'm like, dude, you know, come on. Leave me hanging. So I went in there. I said, look, I'll go in and get some stuff. And he was answering the call because the pool season is here. So everybody's in the pool, you know, acting like they're in a rap video. So I'm like, okay. So I go in there to get some coffee and I had some change. I don't usually have change, but I had actually spent some cash. And the guy's like, 53, you need 53 more cents. I'm like, okay, let me see here. And then he's like, and I was like, and there was literally some pennies, nickels, dime, whatever. So I kind of looked through that and he goes, there's not 53 cents there. And I'm like, am I allowed to touch it at least? Can I touch the change? Is that okay with you? I was in a bad mood and I dropped it on the table, you know, and then I said, you know what? I went outside and I went and I grabbed the change from the console and I went back in and I said, here. And the guy was like, and I said, I'm sorry. You know, you were a smart ass to me, but I was being a smart. But still, the two wrongs don't make a right.
Right.
So I go back outside, and I felt bad, and I went back in. I said, look, I'm sorry, man. You're doing a hard job. I see people coming in here acting a fool all the time. I've seen you in here before. I'm not. He's yeah, you're usually cool, man. It's cool. I'm sorry, man. I'm just having a bad. And I said, me too. So you know, stuff happens, and you just got to move on. But there's no excuse. You have to be a constant professional. And I can't do that when I go to TV, which is maybe part of the reason why, to be honest, maybe that's why I don't want to do it. But they're just like, hey, you know what? You need to have more decorum. So you have to do that. Oh, somebody says here, Jason Broussard, what's up, man? Blessings, Josh, Monica, and Joe, and all the paratroopers. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Appreciate that, Jason.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm the same way. Like I'll identify when I'm in the wrong about things, but at the same time, like you know, people could be like, oh, Breezy's drinking on the, you know, drinking a beer while he's on the show. I have no apologies for who I am as I'm a grown ass man. You know, I have no apologies for
cares, dude.
Temperamentally, what I do, how I am, like, you know, no F's are given because, you know, we didn't grow up like that. We didn't grow up to where we,
yeah, exactly. We're Gen Xers, dude, and nobody has to apologize for taking a drink of some Guinness.
Dude, not at all, man. I could be up here with a Bad Dog for 2020 or a 40-ounce OE, you know, whatever. You know, I don't apologize for who I am or my actions. If I feel that I'm in the wrong, then yeah, I have an obligation to admit and to apologize if it's necessary.
You're not walking into a church drinking it or an AA meeting. Come on. I mean,
right. But it's I just don't apologize for who I am, and I'm me, and you know, that's just the way it is. And if you can't accept me for me, then you have no business watching me. You know what I mean? And if I was on someone else's show, like if I'm on your show and you're like, Breezy, I don't want any alcohol on the show. Cool. My two options are to either not drink or just not be a part of the show. You know, and it just depends on how much it would affect me as me being me. You know, if it was something as simple as not drinking, sure, I want to drink. But if it's something as hardcore saying don't believe or have any insight towards different belief systems and what you were taught and a structure, then no, I'm not going to be a part of that because I do subscribe to Bigfoot. You know, if they're like, oh, you can be on the show, but as long as you don't talk about being a believer in Bigfoot or, you know, the Anunnaki or whatever.
I think people that don't realize the Bigfoot community kind of gets caught up in its own BS. The rest of the world still looks at you like you're stupid.
Yes, right.
It's really true because the guy that sold us our latest vehicle, he gave us this little air freshener thing, and it's a Bigfoot. And he was like, "These are cool, man, because it's a Sasquatch package for the Bronco or whatever." And so it's like this little thing they give you, right? Whatever. And so he was like, yeah, I totally believe in all that. And this guy that was next to him, he's all like, man, y'all are crazy, man. He's cool. I know that guy, but he knows how I feel about it. And I'm over here defending the belief in Bigfoot while the Bigfoot community is tearing itself apart, whether or not it's able to take a poop in the woods or not. You know, and I'm over here at the dealership going, Bigfoot's real. And this guy's like, oh, really? Prove it. And he's like, I believe in ghosts. Maybe it's a ghost.
I'll really prove it.
You know, I mean, you know, it's people, it's everybody, it's perspective, you know, like, you know, it's like that Saturday Night Live skit with Buscemi. And he's like, says here, you went to Ukla, what is this? What is, he goes, it's the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. And he's like, he takes the pen, you know, and he's all like, whatever, dude. He goes, I heard of Pepperdine. Why didn't you go there? I mean, you know, it's the joke is it's a matter of perspective, you know. Right. Like this guy, to him, Pepperdine is something, and who the hell is UCLA? It's only one of the largest universities in the entire country. But this guy, he doesn't believe, and he started talking about ghosts, and he says, well, I've seen a ghost. Well, my esteemed colleague, Chad Lewis, told me that my next book should be about ghosts because it's going to outsell the cryptid books 10-1. And he said, because 1 out of 2 people can relate to it because they've seen one. Mm-hmm. That's a very big number. Now you look at 17% of the population who claims to have seen Bigfoot. Or I'm sorry, actually believes in Bigfoot. Then you half that and half it again. That's how many people have seen it. Right?
Right.
So whenever you sit there and you go, oh, this is the big scheme of things. Let's look at this. We're all fighting each other like idiots. Do you realize that the rest of the country looks at you like you're a dumbass and Bigfoot is a cartoon to them?
Yeah.
Bigfoot is a parody of itself. Right? And so everybody's like, well, what about this? What about that? And then you look at Dogman, and this guy was trolling me hard on Mike's channel, on Mike Bluer's channel. He's like, Dogman's zero evidence for Dogman. Zero evidence. And I just could only imagine he was Matt Foley, you know, like, you know, boy, there's zero evidence for Dogman. I will tell you right now, you will be living in a van down by the river, you know, like, I won't take you behind the woodshed and personally paddle your ass with my bare hand, boy. You know, the guy was just he was like Macho Man mixed with Matt Foley. He was going crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That feels good and spank your bottom blue, boy. Dogman, say it again, Dogman. I see what I do. You'll live in the van down by the river, you know. And I finally made peace with the guy. I said, look, you believe in ghosts, you believe in Bigfoot, but not Dogman. Fine. I saw one. What do you want me to do? Unsee it?
Right.
Because the truth be told, if I unsaw it, I wouldn't believe it.
Well, they'll just tell you don't know what you looked at. You don't know what you saw. You're misidentifying it. You didn't see what you saw.
Exactly.
That's what they tell you in treatment.
Oh, and then get this. I'm not going to say her name, but you know, Miss Crazy Lady, she came after us when me and Joe were talking about going to the treatment or whatever. She's like, this man got committed by his dad and his stepmother. No, wench, they didn't commit me. It was a treatment center that I went to in lieu of going to juvie. Okay, that doesn't sound better, but hey, I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
I just committed a crime. I beat the crap out of somebody because he was cranking on my homie. He was beating him up, and I jumped in and I went a little crazy on him. Granted, I didn't have to pick up his bike and slam it into his head. That was probably not correct, but I was 15 years old, dude.
Frowned
I
upon.
thought I was Vatos Locos forever. You know, I didn't do that, but you know what I'm saying. I thought I was a badass little chavalito, you know. I'm like, you want to mess around? And say, what's up? And I used to throw them chingazos, and I was fast, dude. And so everybody wanted to fight me, and then they'd get their ass beat, and that's what happened. And then the judge, she thought it was real cute. She's like, what's your nickname? And I'm like, well, they call me Wolf. Okay, Mr. Wolf. Wolves can run real fast. Let's see you run into the jail. And I was like, next time I see you, you're going to the big boy joint. You know, like she was all about it. She was having fun with that gavel boy, you know. Right before me, this is Williamson County now. I know you, Joe. You know what that is.
Oh, yeah.
I go to Georgetown, right?
I did 90 days in Georgetown.
Oh, yeah, dude, Georgetown. And she tells this kid in front of me who had literally stabbed a family member. I don't remember if it was his dad or his stepdad, something like that. And she's like, this is the third time I've seen you here. And she called him fatty for the whole court. It's the third time I've seen you here, fatty, with your little apple dumpling head. She didn't give a damn. Them judges in Williamson County are raw, bro. And she goes, do you see that tree out there? And he looks and he goes, no, ma'am. He's all trying to act hard, still all choloed out. And she's like, when you get out of jail, there'll be a full-grown oak out there. She's like, have fun. And I was like, I come up and I'm like, oh, God. You know, she's like, you think you're bad? I said, no, hell, not like that. I don't think I'm him. I'm not fatty. I'm not him. Believe me. And she was just like, yeah, you think you're tough? You want to go to Scared Straight? They put me to Sugarland.
Yeah,
Go to Sugarland for the 2 days. I said, okay, yeah, whatever. When you come back and then you do 6 weeks, you go to court order boot camp. I was like, Fort Bliss. Oh, okay. What can I do to avoid this situation? How about not commit crimes? That'll solve it.
That'll do
it wasn't about being crazy. And then they say, okay, you know what? I have a drinking problem. I drink Bush beer. She's like, oh, my God, you drink Bush beer.
That is a problem.
That is a problem.
Okay, you know what? We're going to let you go to the treatment. You need to go to treatment. Something's wrong with your brain. This kid's got some issues. You send him to the place to get the help with the thing. Yeah. And I did the ropes course.
Ropes, yeah.
And you know what's funny? When you've been locked up as a kid in a reformatory, and then you go to the little treatment as Rudy Poot crap, the kids in there act like they're locked up. They're like, I'm locked up. I'm like, what?
Dude, vacation, dude. Vacation.
Try going to gladiator school, mother effer. You tell me you're locked up. Go to Brownwood or Gatesville, and you know what locked up is.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, they had me in Ash for a little bit, and then I got sent to St. David's Pavilion, and then
you were in the pavilion. I was too.
Yeah,
right on 35. Yeah,
I'm 35. Upper deck. Yeah,
upper deck, and you can see the cars going by and everything, man. Everybody wanted a window by the car where the cars were, because if you got sit on the other side, it sucked, man.
Yeah, because you had the baseball field. That's all you had. But yeah, I had very last, all the way down the hall, first door on the left, or first room or last room on the left.
Last room on the left. I had that one too.
Yeah.
That's crazy. We probably just missed each other. And I ended up going to the PICU because I punched one of the orderlies.
Yeah.
And then they said, oh, this kid could get sent back. And so they were deciding my fate in a meeting. And I was like, I went in there and apologized to everybody. I'm super sorry.
Yeah.
I reverted back to my old ways.
Right.
You know, I mean, because you don't want to get put back in juvie because it sucks.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that you know, but even in just the treatment facilities, you know, whenever you're like, you go into like Marydale or something, and they're like, "What? You came from Ash?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Man, I heard." Like,
yeah,
you might as well have come out of freaking, you know, the underworld. Like, what? You can't, you know. I'm like, dude, y'all get to roam around outside and hang out, like. What's going, you know, same with Charter, same thing.
Charter and St. David's, though, you had more restrictions there, though, than you did the long-term facility, or even if you were in the TYC. Because TYC, they had like more yard time and stuff. You could go outside. When you were in those treatment centers, they were all over you. That's the only difference, is there was like one guard for every kid, you know?
Yeah.
So because there's a bunch of lunatics in there. Because like, oh, I punched my mom and dad. They think they're tough, you know?
Right. Yeah.
You see them kids in juvie and they'll be crying, hey, he took my Cheetos. Yeah, because this ain't Charter, bro. You know, this is
in Charter, it was like that until because I first got sent to acute, and I did, I think, 13 weeks or something in acute.
Damn.
And then they sent me over to residential, and I still didn't learn my lesson about it.
How long were you in residential for?
About a year and a half almost.
Whoa!
And and then they were like, I ended up attacking my psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And I ripped the phone off the wall.
I put a pork chop in my pocket and threw it in her face.
Dude, I ripped
the phone. Thing.
I ripped the payphone receiver off the wall and used it as a bludgeoning device.
Was your psychiatrist a male or female?
Male.
Okay.
He's the Indian dot, not feather. Dude.
Okay, I thought you were going to say, because I had one. He looked like Mr. Monkey. He had a big old head, and a little skinny body.
Yeah. But no, that's when they told me, they're like, all right, dude, you're done. We're gonna get a judge. We're gonna, you know, actually commit you till you're 18 years old. And I was like, all right, look, just give me one more shot. Give me one more chance. You know, they're like, we'll give you 6 months. If you don't straighten it out, you're gone. And I was like,
yeah, you got to get that anger under control, bro.
Model citizen. Yeah. And so, yeah, I was a model citizen after that. Yeah.
I think that's what it takes sometimes, though, is just being faced with your own demise, because you could get caught in the abyss and it's all downhill. When I was in the kid jail, they were like, you're going to go to big boy jail. But where I was at, they were like, people that come from there get more respect because they know that you just came from a place where you already know the ropes. So I was just like, and then I played it off like I didn't care, but inside I was dying, and I was praying to God. I was like, I don't want to go to jail for the rest of my life. I want to straighten up. I want to act right.
Yep.
But you know what those facilities do? A lot of times they just teach you to be a better criminal.
Yeah.
You know, it makes you not get caught. That's all it does.
Dude,
but luckily, you know, God can turn anybody around. Christ turned me around. I got myself right where I was supposed to be, and never looked back. I mean, that's it. You know, you look back now, but you know that you're not that person. You know, that's what's important. And so let me ask you a question there, Jen. Can she hear me? Can you hear me, Jen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. How did you end up with such a thug like this guy?
Through music.
She's like, through music. He hypnotized me with his bewitching music. It was terrible.
I just went to a show and I had met him before, and then I saw him at the show and I catcalled him.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was fixing to go on stage, and I hear breathing, and I'm like, some blonde chick just hit me. Saw my name. I was like, but I ended up knowing her. So the guy that, and not to take too much time on how did y'all meet? But that dude Richard Woody that comes on my show and does the documentary stuff with the cameras that I was telling you about.
We met at his wedding.
We met at his wedding.
I was with somebody else,
but she was with another dude. And that's when we officially met. But I was married at the time, and she was with the dude.
So as
Years
long
later,
as
I
this is
saw
a
it.
PG thing, we're okay. Stays PG,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
All right, just making sure. Now that we've taken up time for that, let's because everybody's going to grow impatient if I don't tell a story.
Right on.
So
It's
I have a
story
couple.
time.
Yeah, I have a couple. I have one that I was thinking about telling.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember I have two. One's a Bigfoot story. Now, a friend of mine, Dennis, who I've actually talked about on the show before, he messaged me a couple weeks back, and I did not know this. But our mutual friend that lives up in Fort Worth, he told him that I had a show. And I haven't talked to Dennis in years. And he was like, hey, man, he goes, I heard that you have a show. He didn't even watch it. And of course, this is just like him because he kind of lives off the grid. So, well, he does. He lives off the grid. And he says, I got a story. It's about Bigfoot. He's like, do you do Bigfoot? I said, dude, you don't watch a show, do you? And his wife was in the background. She's like, Dennis, quit lying to your friend. I'd known this guy since I was 11, right? And he's like, oh, yeah, I got a story, And get this, it happened when we were kids. It happened when we were children. And I never knew this until 2 weeks ago. This is crazy. So, there's a lot of people that they know me. He hasn't been on Facebook in like 8 years or something, but he said, hey, last time I talked to you, which he's my age, he's probably about a year and a half older than me. But when you're my age, it's like you're close to 50, you're 50, right? Who cares? Ain't nobody throwing you a birthday party for being 48. You're like, happy 48th birthday to you. Nobody gives a crap. Nobody cares. But
we would have got you the candles, but it would have started a fire.
You don't have enough candles to even get that many on a cake, right? Just forget it, But so he messaged me, and then he saw my Facebook. He goes, I hadn't seen Facebook in forever. He sounds like he's coming out of a cave. What is the book of face? I haven't seen it in so long. The sun is bright, But he was like, he goes, you look young. That's because he looks a little weathered because he's been hard life and living, and he's living off the grid, and he's living up in Alaska, but he was down in Texas, a couple of weeks ago for a funeral, unfortunately. And so we talked, and he says, yeah, our mutual friend had told him, and he was my friend that was at our conference, and he said, hey, told me you have a show, and I'd like to tell you my encounter. And I said, no, you took too long. No, but so what he did, what happened when we were kids, and get this. Now, I've told this on the show. I've never seen a Bigfoot, I saw something, but I don't count it as an encounter because I didn't see it like I did the Dogman thing. But I was walking my bike one time, and all of these cows were all bunched up in one corner of the pasture. And it was dark, and they were mooing and freaking out, and they were pressed up against a predator, obviously. I lived on a ranch when I was young, a kid. We had all kinds of animals and stuff. Doing chores that kids nowadays would have no clue. They don't know anything about animals. They don't know about feeding a horse or goats or chickens, cows, pigs, nothing. So, anyways, I'm walking my bike because it's on a gravel road, and we live way out in the boonies, man. And so I see something big, massive kind of move, and the idea of Bigfoot kind of came into my head. But I just pushed it out of my brain because it doesn't exist, right? And you can't really, I couldn't see what it was. And so I just was like, if I sit here in the dark, walking my bike down this gravel road, so I have another 2 miles to go, I'm going to be so scared I'm not going to be able to make it home. So my dad was working graveyards, overnights. And so I was out running around like a little derelict kid that I was, latchkey kid, Gen X kid. And then they wonder why you end up in a facility. Right? Because they're like, well, we didn't take care of him or do anything. Did you hire a babysitter? Hell no.
Hell no.
Who babysat him? Transformers, G.I. Joe, and all types of ill shit. We don't know what happened, but he came out really messed up. Can y'all take him and teach him to act right?
You got scared watching The Mask.
Put him in the QR. Put him in the QR. He'll learn.
Yeah,
and so what ended up happening, I see something, right? And so when we were talking, I said, where did this happen? He says, out there in Western Hills, which is where I used to live, outside of Rockdale. And he goes, out there where your dad's ranch was years ago. You had, out the end of the street. Is when I was on a different road, and he goes, and I was riding my bike. He goes, and the next thing you know, he's like, I see this big shadow come out of that pasture right there where there's like a bottom. There's a creek right there. And he says this big thing, it stood up. He goes, and I could just see the silhouette of it because it was almost dark and it was summertime. And he was with his younger brother who was lagging behind. And he was like, come on, man. And they were headed to our friend Chad's house that lived down at the other end of the street, who I went to school with. And they were there to trade baseball cards because at that time, everybody was into baseball cards. Everybody had baseball cards. And so I'd ride my bike into town to go to, there was a little baseball card shop there, which really just all the kids hung out. And we try to rip each other off with baseball. That's all it was. Like, I'll trade you these 3 crummy cards for that Ricky Henderson rookie card. And they're like, no, I'm not going to do that. Well, I'll arm wrestle you for it. No, I'm not going to do that either. I'll trade you a whole pack of these for whatever, So anyways, this guy, he sees this thing stand up. And there's kind of like a dry creek bed right there. I know exactly where he was at. It was close to what I saw, that thing I thought I saw. And I said, dude, Dennis, I know exactly where that was. I know exactly where you were. And he goes, okay, so because we all went camping out there in that pasture one night. And we kept thinking we were hearing stuff, and we were all armed. Because, 11 to 14-year-olds should all have rifles and their dad's beer. Okay? That just goes hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly, right? So we were all out there, and we got kind of, spooked or whatever. And next thing you know, we're like, hey, let's go back to Keys and play Mario Brothers. We're not scared, but we were. And so we got out of there because we kept hearing stuff, I told him, I said, remember when we were younger, we heard some stuff in that pasture. And he says, yeah, I remember that. And so he says, but I saw this thing stand up and it came to the edge of the fence. And then it jumped, like he said, like 2-legged hop over, and it was right there in front of me. He goes, and it was gray, a furred creature, but it was almost dark. He said, and it could have been, the remnants of the light, shining on it. And he said it wasn't dark when the moon was out, so I think it was gray. And its eyes were green, which is weird, but not totally out of the realm of, because we've heard of this before. And so he sees this thing, and it stands there, and then him and his little brother veer their bikes off and start heading back the opposite direction. And it just kind of runs across the road and goes up into this patch of trees and is gone. But the interesting thing is, to me, was that about 6 weeks later, he sees it again. Now, here's what gets really weird. He sees it on another highway in between I can't remember the name of the highway. Damn it. I used to live out there near an area called Forest Grove. And it's right out there between Rockdale and Lexington. And so he was out there, and him and his grandmother were on an offshoot of that highway on a county road. And they were picking Mustang grapes. And Mustang grapes grow wild. They're like these vines, and they're all over the place out there. And he says that, we were picking them, and he goes, and my granny was out there, and we were talking. He goes, and then we just hear this kind of like somebody clearing their throat mixed with a growl. He's like, and we both look I look to my right, she looks to her left. He goes, and we see this gray-looking Neanderthalic thing that looked like it was mixed with a gorilla just walk out of the pasture. And he said that over its shoulder was a coyote. He had it slung over its shoulder like a deceased coyote. And he said, I was stunned, and I was looking at it, and he goes, and I saw its eyes glinting. And he's like, I knew it was the same creature that I had seen. Now, the thing that got me was that what Western Hills is way on the other side. It's way west of Rockdale. And where he saw this one was way east and to the south. And way back up in there. So what are the odds that the same guy, who's a very no-nonsense, a very pragmatic guy, which is why I never even thought to ask this guy if he'd ever had anything happen, because he lived, when we were kids, he lived in a house we knew was haunted, and he was one of those like, la, 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 la. He rationalized it away. He was like, no, I didn't see that. No, there's no woman here haunting my house. And there was. Like, I didn't see it, but I heard it. And a lot of other kids that we hung out with would be like, dude, Dennis's house is haunted, dude. You know what I mean? They were like, this kid's house is haunted. Everybody knew that. His little brother was always crying and stuff. He had like a lot of emotional problems. I think it's because of what was going on in his house. Like something was always harassing them. And we'd be like playing video games and the door would open and close. And I'd be like, what the hell, dude? I'd be like, I'm like, I'm not tripping, dude. I'm 14. I wasn't like doing anything but drinking Mountain Dew at that time, you know, and I'd barely even learned, you know, anything about life. At that point, I was just like, what the hell? I was like, you got a ghost here, dude. Like, he was like, no, my house isn't haunted, bro. No, he would just totally deny it. And me and my other friends would look at each other and be like, okay, we just keep playing, you know, Contra or whatever. And he's like, dude, he never believed in it. So I never talked to him about this ever. And then he tells me just like it's been about 3 weeks now. And he says, dude, this thing came out of the woods. It was gray. And it just looked at them and it crossed the road, went over the barbed wire fence, just kind of jumped, and it just walked out into the pasture and was gone. Just kept walking. And he goes, my grandmother and me sat in her old truck with the camper, you know, just staring at it, just looking at it, watching it walk away. And his grandmother was not even like, she was a little concerned, but not really perturbed the way that she should have been. So they get back to his granny's house, and I've been to his grandma's house. They had his grandma's farm out there because we went hunting out there. There's a lot of wild turkeys out there. So we'd been hunting. I used to hunt all the time when I was young. So I said, I know where your grandma and grandpa's house is. Grandpa was already deceased at that time. I said, I know where they live, you know. And he says, yeah. And he goes, it wasn't far from there, about 2 miles. And I said, dude, so you saw a Bigfoot out there all them years ago when he was probably, I think he was 15. And like I said, I would have been 13 and a half, something like that. And you know, it's crazy that this happened, but that he saw it 2 different times, long ways from each other, miles and miles apart. You know, I think it would probably be about 18 miles. That's nothing for a Bigfoot if it's, you know, if it's a legit creature. Right. But when you think about it, though, like, why did it appear to him twice like that? And then his granny said that her husband had seen that same critter, as she called it, 3 times. So is it a familial thing? Like, did he see it because, you know, his grandfather had seen it before? Was it because his, you know, what that's so weird, because he asked me all these questions and I couldn't answer. I tried, you know, I pretended. I was like, well, Dennis, you know that what happens is if you have a certain blood type, it can smell your blood and it comes for you. And now probably, how old are you now? And he says, I'm 50. I says, you know, what's going to happen now is it's going to stalk you down at the age of 51. It's going to kill you. And he was like, what, dude? I said, yeah, for real. It's a little known Japanese statistic from China. The Taiwanese people talk about it all the time in Korea. And what they say is there's a Finnish study from Russia where they studied the Bulgarian templates of the trees in Ireland, and they have concluded without a shadow of a doubt from the Institute of Britain that the Germans have figured out that this is real. And he was like, man, shut up, dude. You're messing with me. I said, of course I'm messing with you. I don't freaking know. How do I know? I don't, you know. He's like, well, you're the expert. I said, don't say that, because there's no experts in this field. And everybody's always like, don't be saying you're an expert. Don't be saying you're an expert. There's no experts. There's no experts. We all agree on that one thing. And so we're like, okay, yeah. We all get along for 5 seconds. We agree on that, right? And but no, there really is no experts. There's a couple people that say they are, and they're probably closer to it than I am. Who am I to argue with them about it? I don't know. When somebody says that, and they're like, that guy said he's an expert. I don't give a crap what he says. Okay? I really don't. I don't have time to argue about who's an expert, who's not. Okay? Yeah. Really and truly, when you think about it, unless you got a degree in something and they have a plaque that says you're a certified expert, you probably really aren't an expert in anything. My sales guy yesterday was like, I don't know, you're the expert at this. I said, I'm not the expert, Jerome. You are. You're the expert at sales. I'm the expert at, you know, administration. But there's really, you know, what is an expert, right? So he says, you're the expert. I said, no, I'm not. I said, Dennis, I don't know why it showed up to you twice, but that is a very real phenomenon. And it is something that the Bigfoot community kind of acts like, oh no, well, we can't talk about that because, well, it's just weird and we don't have a freaking answer for it. You know what I mean? It's like, why do they do that? So I'm going to pass the mic on to Monica Rayfield, who's going to tell you, huh?
So that's me.
Yeah. I'm going to talk to Monica Rayfield to tell you the truth of the Bigfoot. I'm joking, Monica.
About them,
I know
like,
you're
following families like that? Like,
yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, okay, so flesh and blood people probably don't have an answer, but if you really think that these things could be spiritual, right, there is such a thing as spirits attaching to families, and they're passed down through the generations. So if it was something like that, I could see where the grandfather would see it, and then he would be seeing it, and it could be miles apart. You know, it's manifesting in that manner to them. So I could believe that.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Joe? Or
Yeah,
Jen?
I mean,
Jen, you're the smart one. Joe, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Joe, get out of the way. Let Jen talk. Jen, get out of the way, Joe. What are you doing?
I know. That's okay.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so I agree with that wholeheartedly. Like, with me, it was, especially at one point in time in my life, it was UFOs. You know, there was I remember one specific summer, it was in between 5th and 6th grade, and me and my buddy, Ryan, I won't say his last name, but
You've told me about him already. I already know who he is.
Yeah.
I looked him up. He's in jail.
Right. No, actually, he's a jiu-jitsu instructor. But no, we saw in one summer, we saw probably, I'd say, barely less than a dozen UFOs in one summer. And we had a lot of experiences together. So, you know, and I'm not comparing the UFO phenomena to the inhumanoid phenomenon, but I think it all stems from the same thing. And yeah, there's a reason why it kept revisiting. And so, yeah, I do believe that it's partially an attachment thing, because if these things are demonic in nature or spiritual in nature, once they get your goat, you know, so to speak, then they know where they can enter and enter into your psyche and enter into your perception of where they can facet themselves to you, you know. So yeah, I totally believe that, you know, and that's why I'm really not anxious to see any kind of inhumanoid other than that. And I hope that shapeshifter thing wasn't the beginning of it, because I don't need all that. You know, I don't need.
That's a hard pass.
I don't need to come. Yeah, I don't need to come visit me. You know, just like when my little brother died, I told him, "Don't you come visit me, dude. Don't you do it, bro."
Oh my gosh, you told him that?
Oh yeah. I was like, "Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want to see it. I'll see you on the other side, but I don't want to." Yeah, I don't.
Have you dreamed about him?
No, not really. Not really. Even with my brother that recently passed away, right before your conference, I've only had 2 dreams about him, you know, and it was him coming up and he was checking out all like the studio and the new stuff that I got. He was like, "Dude, this is awesome, man. Dude, you got that? Oh, that's cool, man." You know, and that was it. But like on the
that was a dream you had about him?
Yeah, that was one of my first dreams I had. I only had 2. One, he was just hanging out, and that first one, he was seeing how my life was progressing after I got over the depression of losing him.
Wow.
But yeah, no,
it was probably that was really him.
Yeah. That dude Richard Woody that is on my show, he was like a brother to him too, and he's seen him a few times, and he's like, nah, you know, Jake's in a good place, man. I can feel it. You know, but no, I make it a fact, you know, with ever since my grandpa passed, he was a very spiritual individual as far as seeing a lot of old school, you know, from Mexican dude, you know, and he'd tell us all these weird ghost stories about, you know, like stuff that he saw. And ever since he used to tell me and my cousin that whenever people would pass in my life, especially like my great grandmother, and, you know, I'd be like, no, you know, I'd send a prayer, you know, and no, don't come I do not want to see you hovering above my bed at 3 o'clock in the freaking morning. Like, I'm good on that. You know, when my little brother died, whenever he literally just passed away, he wasn't even gone for more than 30 minutes, maybe 45 max. And I was like, hey, man, you know, journey well, but do not come. I'll see you on the other side. Do not come see me. He hangs out at my mom's house. My mom's seen him. My kids have seen him, you know, but he didn't come near me because I'm like, no, I'm good on that. I don't need it. I've seen enough of that, the other side of the veil to know that it's not meant for my eyes in this mortal world, and B, because as humans, we don't have discernment to know if that's actually
that is the big one right there.
Yeah.
And on that note, I got a ghost story for you. If you guys want to hear it.
Sweet. Let's do it.
Because the same guy that I was talking to, you know, I asked him after, because I guess I should just go back and ask all my childhood friends. I'm gonna call my friend Ronnie next week. Hey, did you? My other friend David, he's a chef at the casino there in Louisiana. I'm gonna call him up and be like, hey, you said you saw one time. He told me he saw a ghost when we were working downtown. But I haven't talked to him in a long time, but he's on my Facebook. So I'm going to hit him up and be like, hey, so this is what he told me. He says, he's like, you remember our friend Mike? And when we were growing up, Mike passed away several years ago. We were making light of it earlier about drinking, but he drank a lot. And he went to the military and he got into a habit of it. Okay. And, he was a lifer in the military and he ended up passing away, you know. He was a year older than him, so he would be 52 now, something like that. So what ended up happening, he was staying the night over there. They had a little slumber party, and our other friend Jerry, who we were kids or whatever, he ended up like going to jail because he defraud. How do you say it? Like he frauded a bunch of people out of money, a bunch of people, and he got caught up to him. And you could tell he was that way because when we were kids, you know, he lived with his grandparents because his dad was in jail for robbing a bank. Which everybody was like, dude, your dad was a bank robber, you know. So when you're a kid, though, you think that's cool because even my own dad was like, wow, Jerry's dad went to jail for robbing a bank. Wow. And then literally my dad said this. My dad goes, I wish I had the balls to do that. And instead, I got to go work at the power plant. I'm like, I was like, Dad, we could rob the bank together. He's like, oh, no, you'll always get caught. There's bastards and they'll cut your balls off. And I'm like, never mind. Whatever. Because my dad would gripe and say the most outlandish things, you know, and then he'd be like, I'm not going to do it, but I sure wish I could. I'd do something, you know. And then every now and then he'd get drunk and punch somebody at the bar, you know, and he was quick too. He'd like, bam, you'd hit somebody. And then, you know, he'd always be like, they started it, you know, and I'd be like, what? Not really. But he's shut up.
I seen it that way.
No, he's telling the truth. He said that to me one time. He's like, you and your mouth, you're always going to tell the truth. Why do you do that? And he was like mad because my mom was like, she's like, that's a good thing. Well, not when we need him to lie. And my mom's like, yeah, he's right. You do tell the truth way too much. You need to start lying more like us because then you're successful. I'm like, geez, these people. But they really happened. My mom was like, you're always like opening your mouth when you shouldn't and you're telling people our business. It's just the truth. And then they would get mad, you know. So what ended up happening, he was there and Jerry, he was kind of he had a lot of problems. And so me and him were not friends because, he had a big mouth. And one day we were in gym class and he thought he was being cute. And so, you know how you have to climb the rope, you know, when you're a kid. When I got older, I was in athletics. I didn't have to do all that PE shit, but they just made you do other stuff that was worse, you know? So they were like, I was doing the rope or whatever in PE or whatever it is when you're a kid. And like I said, I didn't go to PE again after 6th grade, but this guy was like, yeah, you could do it easy. You ain't got no balls, like kind of playing around, you know, whatever. And I kind of kicked at him. So he threw like a little light punch and hit me in the jewels. And I dropped off of that rope so fast. I was like, oh. Coach Bowles got really upset and runs over there. And he was like this kind of stocky, heavy set middle-aged dude who was always like overreacting to everything anyway. Hey, what the hell y'all doing? Stop screwing around, blah, blah, blah. He starts like screaming and yelling at everybody. And then, so later on that day, I guess it was 5th grade or something like that. Or no, it was 4th grade. Later on that day, I punched him like really hard in the mouth. So after that, he got sent to the nurse's office. I got sent to the principal. Back then they had corporal punishment. I got licks, what they called it. You get a spanking and they send you home. And so me and him, we didn't talk ever. And so we went to the arcade one day and we all kind of reconnected and made friends again. But me and him had not been friends for a while. And I was actually going to another school. And so I was like, I don't like this dude, man. Me and him didn't like each other. So we ended up like getting into a fight in the parking lot at this arcade we went to. And long story short, he had this little sleepover because he was going to show me. So he invited all of my friends. But you're not invited to my slumber party at my grandparents' ranch, which was actually a pretty cool place. They had a pool. That was cool, you know. And so they're like, you don't get to go. And I'm just like, well, I don't give a crap. So I stayed at home wondering what was going on, you know. So we go to school, and we're on the bus. And my friend is telling me, dude, his party was really cool. It was fun. He's like, well, we saw a ghost. And so but he never went into detail. And so then I heard it from other people, like what had happened, right? And so I told Dennis, I said, whatever happened to the ghost? And so he started telling me 2 or 3 different ghost stories. And I'm like, wait a minute. Well, I was like, slow down. I was like, tell the one from when we were kids. You know, you're at Jerry's house. And he goes, oh, yeah. So he starts telling me that one. He goes, dude, okay. And he's like, we were in these bunk beds. And there were 2 sets of bunk beds because his cousins and stuff, they would all come to that ranch and hang out for the summer. And he said, so there was like 2 different rooms with a bunch of bunk beds. So that's why his grandparents were like, oh, it's cool. You know, Jerry lives here. Y'all can come and your friends can come. And there's accommodations for everybody. And it was like a hangar. So it was ultra cool, right? I only got to go out there one time because me and him made friends later on. And then, you know, so I went out there to this hangar and I saw how fun it was. And they had 4-wheelers and stuff like that. But we ended up like never really being very good friends because he was just weird. I couldn't put up with the weirdness. But I figured out why. Because his cousin had committed suicide there when it would have been his cousin. His cousin was in Vietnam. So it'd been like his 2nd or 3rd cousin or something like that. He came home from the war, was mentally disturbed, and he had a dog that he, you know, doted on, whatever. And he took the dog, he ended the dog's, you know, unalived him, and then unalived himself in that hangar. And so during the night, they were asleep, and this is what he said. He said, dude, you know, I'm sleeping. Dennis did, you know, he goes, and there were so many kids there. There was like 12 of us. We were 2 to a bunk. He goes, and I wake up and there's something like floating over me. And I could keep seeing it because he said, you know, you could see like there was a nightlight, right? And he goes, there was like, you could see he had these glow in the dark posters on the wall, on the ceiling. Y'all remember those? You used to get them like at Spencer's. It was like Metallica, Iron Maiden, Guns N' Roses, Poison, the freaking sissy bands like Def Leppard. Yeah, and so yeah, Motley Crue, which I hated. You know, he's winning out, I feel good. You know, but he said because I look up and the Motley Crue posters, like I'm not seeing. There's like something going over the top of it, and then it's kind of swooping down. He's like, and this thing realized like I was awake, and I'd been told there was a ghost there. He's like, so this thing begins to hover over me. And he goes, and I'm looking up at it. And he's like, and the kid next to me is this kid named Kyle, who I didn't really know him. He was a couple grades older than me. And he said that they were both looking at it. And Kyle was like, what is that? And they were staring at it. And then they said that this thing began to kind of vibrate and shake. And then it started to take on a corporeal form, like a shape of a young man. Like he said, it looked like he was like, you know, maybe 20, 21. And so we had this. Oh wait, there's Abe is back. Abe, you okay?
Yes. Finally got power back on. I just sit in the living room because my wife got tired. You know, this power losing power is crazy, man. They still got a lot of people working out there. You know, because of the tornado.
Living room, you bum.
You know
that told you to get out there.
That tornado that came through and messed up all the power lines.
Man.
So there's still people that have no power in the city.
Yeah, but back to the important stuff. We're talking about ghosts. So anyway, I'm kidding, Abe. So sorry that that's happening, man. I really am. But so what we were talking about is a friend of mine when I was young. He had a ghost encounter. So there was this thing. It was floating over the top of him, and it began to take like shape, like a form. And so what ended up happening? Like they just, played it off, and they just laid there. They didn't go to sleep the rest of the night, and it kind of left and went out the room. The next morning, they had this big pancake breakfast, and his grandmother had cooked pancake. The kid who had the party, whatever, and there was this big pancake thing or whatever, and he blurts it out. He says, I saw looked like a ghost last night. And the grandmother was like, what? And he was like, yeah, it was like, and she was like, that was one of their, nephews or whatever that they had raised. And so she said something to him about it. She said, what did he look like? And he started saying it. And then so they said, oh, that's so-and-so, And he was like, that's crazy. So she literally, this woman, later in the evening, they're having like a big, they're riding around, playing, doing all these different activities. And she says, let's play with a Ouija board.
Oh, man.
This is a grown-up doing this with kids saying, hey, kids, do you want to talk to a demon? Basically, So they bring the Ouija board out, and he says, so, dude, he goes, it was crazy. And I heard this part from my other friend, Keith. And he said, yeah, we were all there, and we started playing with the Ouija board. He's like, and the crazy thing was, this thing was moving fast. It was moving fast, and it was answering the questions really quickly. And she asked the question. His name was like Billy or something like that. And she's like, is this William? Is this Billy? And he said, yes. And she said, where are you? And he said, like he laughed, like, haha. And then he said, I'm here with you. And so one of the adults who had come over, which was one of their family members, and they were all drinking. It's country people, And he said, ask him if he's in heaven or hell, or if there's what is it like? Is he in purgatory? And Dennis was like, that's the first time I'd ever really heard all these questions. He goes, I wasn't raised Catholic, that. I was raised Baptist. And he goes, I didn't know what this was. And he said that this entity answered and said, yes, purgatory. I can't move on. But I will be judged, and I'm in trouble. So he said, dude, that was it. He said that planchette flew off of the board, and it flipped over like 2 or 3 times, and everybody got all freaked out and ran out of the room. And he said, I sat there, me and 2 other kids, we were stunned. We didn't move. Everybody was running in different directions. He goes, me and 2 other kids and an adult. And I look over to the corner of the room, and I see the full-bodied apparition of this guy who was wearing a military uniform. And the grandmother brought out a photo album, and he said, that's him. That's the guy. And he goes, I'll never forget it. So, wow. Yeah, that's yeah, Wedge. I totally agree with that. I'm going to mark that comment there. If anyone pulls out a Ouija board at a party, it's time to go.
Yeah, and Tane, they were originally Parker Brothers. That they used to sling them at every Kmart, Target,
KB, Toys R Us,
Walmart. Yeah. Walmart used to sell them.
Yeah,
I used to work at Walmart, and they had them there.
I had no desire to ever possess one of those. Several of my friends played with them. I was at a college party one time for Blinn, and it was a party we went to out there, and they were like, "Yeah, let's play with the Ouija board." Talk about it on the show, and then like a bunch of crap happened, and then there was this really overweight like goth chick that looked like Michael Moore in a dress.
What the hell?
She's like, bowling for combine. She was like, she's literally what she did. She goes, your negativity is making the board uncomfortable. She looked like a bulldog mixed with a boar. She was a savage. And so I was like, how is my negativity? Because all I did was I went up and I said, hey, Me and my friend Greg, we were like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be playing with that. You know? And then she made the most racist comment ever. She tells Greg's African American. She's like, well, I know black people are kind of afraid of these kind of things. And he's like, yeah, I don't mess with those kind of things, lady. He just like, and he walked off. He just shook his head like, you know, and she was this, you know, she had the big black cloak dress, whatever. And everybody was around her going, you're so amazing and wise. And you smell bad. Can you tell us how to work this magical board? You know, she's like, yeah, first you got to give something to the spirits. Holy Captain Box, get me 2 sourdough jacks and some egg rolls, and then we'll talk.
2 sourdough jacks.
I'm like, do you get buttermilk ranch with that? Because that's how I like to eat mine.
What the hell?
Yeah, no, I think
it is that way though.
I think I mentioned it on Texas show the other night. But yeah, I got gifted one, and it's called a spiritual spectral board, but it's Elvira's
spectral board.
Yeah, it's by Elvira, and she signed it. So
oh my gosh,
yeah, my brother gave it to me before he passed, and I was like, he's like, dude, check it out, man. I was like, yeah, that's staying in the plastic in the cellophane. I'm not there is no opening that, but it's cool because it's signed by Elvira. But
I used to stay up with Elvira all night long.
you know, Lyle Blackburn's got a song about her.
Mm-hmm.
Elvira. So when we were driving to a conference one time, Lyle was telling me all about his friendship with her or whatever, and he knows her like very well. So when we got our little dog, we have a little gray. I don't know what she is. My wife knows what kind of dog it is. She's just a little cutie dog. Her name is Elvira, but we call her Elvira, Mistress of the Bark.
No,
that's cool.
So I told Lyle, I said, I got a new dog, and he messaged me back, and he was like, what'd you name it? And I said, Elvira, Mistress of the Bark, because we were listening to your song. And so Lyle is a really good guy. He really is. And he sent my wife a bunch of autographed CDs and a bunch of stuff. And so I thought that was really cool.
Lyle's in a couple of the Scooby-Doo movies, cartoons.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the cartoon Scooby-Doo cartoon movies, he pops up in there in the cartoons.
Wow. Yeah. Because I know him and David Weatherly, they wrote that song for some video game or whatever, and I remember when they were working on it, and they were just writing the lyrics out at this restaurant we were at on a napkin, and I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, we encouraged them to write a song about Ryan Edwards because he almost died at the conference that day, the night earlier that day. At the were you at the Shirts conference, Monica? The second one with the Clean Buzz?
I was in California that weekend. Yeah.
Okay. Wow, you remember where you were at, huh?
Well, I was upset because I couldn't go, so I remember.
Well, I'd be upset just to be in California. I'd be like, "Why am I here? What did I do? Who did I piss off? Let me go home." That's just me. But I mean, we were there at the restaurant. We were all talking, hanging out, whatever. And I remember we were teasing Ryan, but Lyle, it was like, "Hey, it wasn't no joke. I mean, this 1 year earlier, he almost died at that conference." So we all went and ate dinner, and we were joking about it, and we were laughing so hard, that everybody was. But he comes out of his car, and he's got this like flowing cape, and the way that Ken and David talked about it was hilarious. But it's like his car got stuck on the freaking railroad tracks.
Wow.
And so Lyle's like, I need to write a song, and David's like Dracula on the rails, like. Because it looked like the way he dresses, right? Because when I went to the UFO conference and I look up and there's this steampunky tall guy with this cloak on, and I'm like, who is that? And Daniel Jones is speaking, and I nudged Ken. I was like, dude. And he looks and he goes, it's freaking Ryan. Ryan's up there like he looks like he's gonna come jumping down like Batman. It's like. He dresses really interesting. Let's put it that way. I like Ryan Edwards a lot. There are a lot of cool personalities in this field. I got to say that, and they have their own little gimmicks and whatever and tricks.
Quirks.
What'd you say?
They're quirks.
Little quirks, yeah. And Ryan's got his. But if you get him on a roll, he can talk, man, and he can talk prehistoric. He likes to talk to me because I know a lot about prehistory too. And I know Ken at first was kind of snarky with me. He'd be like, well, that comes from the Precambrian era and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, Ken, okay, I'm not a dumbass. Okay. Just because I didn't go to the Precambrian college like you did. All right.
No, when I saw Lyle at your conference, Josh,
the second one? You
the
didn't
one
go to
in
the
Fort
first
Worth. Yeah, no,
one.
I
You didn't go to the first one.
No, as the Fort Worth one, and yeah, I was wearing the gas station garb, and he's like, gas station. Oh yeah, they do the cult classics, and I was like, that's where I, because I knew him from this side of the fence, and I was like,
yeah, the music.
Oh, yeah, and I was like, that's where I remember you from. Yeah.
Yeah, one of my guys that works for me, one of my ring brothers from back in the day, Jim Ostrander, who used to have Ostrander we call him, but Ostrander, he probably told you that's the but
ran the Texas Miss for a little while.
Yeah, Texas Miss. We call him Big Jim. He used to be big and he's lost a lot of weight, but Jim works for me. He's gonna be working for me Sunday. But he knew Lyle. He goes, you know Lyle? Because he knows Lyle from the metal scene.
Right.
I said, yeah, I met him through the cryptid scene, and he goes, oh, yeah, because everybody knows him. But everybody knew me from the club, too. Like, they say, oh, yeah, I know Josh Turner. But they don't know Josh Turner. Josh Turner, they call me Wolf. And they'll be like, you talking about that gangster? Like, that's how people remember me. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like something out of the Bowery Boys. I have no recollection what you're talking about, officer. That was not me. That guy's eye was on the floor when I got here.
We used to do show or weekend after weekend at Texas Mist all the time.
Yeah.
And
I'm surprised we didn't run into each other, Joe, as much as we've been in the same circles.
We probably did, just didn't even notice it,
Well, you looked kind of familiar.
But he's got some good stories about me, man. Like there was one time I was getting way too hammered and I was like sitting on the toilet in the bathroom and like he comes, he's like, Breezy, wake up. And I'm like, oh, is the party still going? He's like, yeah, get to the bar. I'm like, all right, hold on. Let me get to the bar.
Jim's got some interesting stories too. He used to run the Stallion Grill.
Yeah.
And that place is haunted. And it was right down the road from a place that my brother worked at that was haunted. Now get this. The Stallion Grill was like 2 buildings down. So guess where my brother was always at? I'd be like, hey, are you on post? Well, and I hear Jim in the background. How do you want your chicken fried steak? I'm like, dude, man, get your ass back to post. What are you doing? And then I told Jim, I said, stop feeding him because he leaves to go eat. And Jim's so cool. He's just like, man, you got to feed the guy. I'm like, dude. And my brother was getting big as a house because Jim was giving him chicken fried steaks every other day.
Every day.
And you can't. My brother's like a stray dog. Don't give him food. He's like a gremlin too, dude. You feed him after a certain time. And then the Indian guy ran that Mrs. Johnson's bakery. Get this, dude. Yeah. Okay, so it was Jim. No, it was Jim. It was Chief. I think it was Chief. Chief and Jim. Chief has been on my show. He's a Native American dude or whatever. He's Lipan, Apache, whatever. So they were in the drive-through, and they saw a ghost, literally, not joking. I'm not kidding, at Mrs. Johnson's bakery. They were telling, I believe it was them two. They were telling me about it. Well, actually, I think Loki told me about it. He was in the back seat. Now, granted, at that time, them three, there was probably some devil's lettuce involved in this sighting.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So they were, Jim was driving, and Loki said, I look up and I see this. Like, this is a joke. At first, I'm laughing. I'm like, you saw a donut floating. And they were like, yes, yeah. And I'm like, come on, dude. So I go through there one day, right? And I'm with my brother and Scorpio. And Scorpion leans in. He goes, is this place haunted? And this Indian dude, he's like, no, I don't think so. I don't, ghosts? He's, yes, ghosts. Or he said haunted. And I'm like, man, get your ass in the back seat. What are you doing asking this guy? I want to get my freaking bear claw. You're over here freaking him out. And he goes, oh, no, I don't know. He said he walks off. And I thought, man, you done ran this dude off. This dude's probably hiding in the back now. 3 big ass dudes. And I had a tank top on so you can see all my tattoos and everything. And this dude's probably like, I'm getting robbed. I am going to get work in the gas station. To hell with this bullshit. And my brother's over there like looking, hey, you're a big bald headed guy with a big beard, and Scorpion's got his big beard with his tattoos. We look bad. I said, man, God dang, you just ran this dude off, man. You ain't finna get no donuts now. And I said, hey, so I kind of yelled at the guy, and then so this other guy comes up and he's smiling. He's like, hey, what is up, my friend? And I said, and he called me home dog. He's like, what is up, home
Home
dogs?
dog.
What are you up to? He's kind of nervous. I said, no, we're not trying to rob you, man. We just want to get our food and some chocolate milk, whatever. And the dude goes, oh, okay, no problem. And it's on airport. You know, you probably remember Mr. Johnson's Baker's been there forever.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
It's a very famous place, but it's closed now, unfortunately. But he goes, okay, no problem. And then so he comes back, and the other dude walks back with him, who's his brother. All right. And then the guy says, you asked if I seen ghost. He says, yes, my sister, ghost, she is a ghost. And I'm like, what the hell? So he starts telling us in the drive-through that his sister used to work there with the family, and that she had passed away a few years ago, but that she basically hangs out with them. I kid you not. He said that. And we were like sitting there in the drive-thru. I'm like, what?
Tell everybody goodbye.
And he goes, she hangs out. She comes here. She hang here all the time.
Jen's
and I
going
said-
to bed.
Good night, Jen. I'll see you. So he basically just told us that his sister who had died there was a spirit. And we were sitting there, and so I asked Loki later on. I asked him and Chief, whoever was in the car. I remember there was somebody else too. And I said, what did this spirit look like? They said it looked like an Indian woman, and she was like standing there, and they saw like there was like this. Literally, it sounds goofy, but it was like a chocolate donut, and then, like she was holding it or something and setting it down on a tray. And then Jim said he didn't see anything. He just saw like it was like nothing. There was nothing there. Just like a donut, but the other two or three, I think it was three people. I think there was another guy named Paul with them. And they saw like a woman stand there and just kind of like disappear, like she was just gone. So anyway, I don't know. Ask Jim about it and see if he remembers that.
Oh, well,
Speaking of people who drink, look at here he is right here, Donnie Cho,
Yes,
the mad drinker.
Yeah.
he is.
I got a drinker with me. Yeah.
Donnie's saying hi to everybody. Donnie, are you sober tonight?
Not if he's a drinker.
Probably not.
Inquiring minds want to know. Because then he was like, he was pouring something in a cup and acting like I was like, what are you drinking, man? I know you're drinking. And he goes, I'm going to play video games now. I was like, yeah, exactly. This is what you do. Get on somebody's show, and then it's time to go play, whatever, Call of Duty or whatever is cool at the time,
Stop in the middle. I gotta go.
Dude, now that summer hit, my youngest, he's 9, I think, fixing to turn 10, and woke me up.
Oh, look,
this
Maddie's
morning,
getting involved with it too. Both of y'all. But
To be fair,
he woke me up like, you know how it is whenever you like wake up right before your alarm. So he woke me up like 30 minutes before my alarm, and he's in his room like yelling at Fortnite. He's like, "Nah, bro, don't shoot me, bro." And I'm like, dude, I swear I'm about to have one less child. If you do not.
oh, great! Now they're gonna go. Josh Turner had a guy on talking about child murder on a show. He's talking about his own kids like that. How can you listen to this man?
Yeah, no, I don't care. You woke me up 30 minutes before my alarm. You don't do that. It's a Generation
Your
X.
sleep.
Dude,
That's like
so
that's
you
huge.
guys, you don't have to wake up early like Monica does. Monica, you get up like at the crack of dawn, don't you, to go be
Yeah, I
a
get
super?
up at like 6:30. I guess that's not bad, but yeah, I get up at like 6:30.
That is pretty early though.
Yeah,
so
it
you-
sucks. I don't like it.
Well, when you're getting up at 6:30, remember I'm still out doing the patrol
I know.
right now, anyway. At least for the month of May, because May has always been a house of horrors for me, and this May has been no different. But I tell you this, all the work that I've had to do this month and all the crap that I've had to deal with has kept my mind off of mourning. I'm not mourning because I have all these people that have passed away in May that I cared about and still do care about. But I'm not feeling it because I'm so immersed in all the things that are going on in work. And if I'm not working, I'm doing the show. So that's kind of why I was coming on, and Mike's show and Blueler show. I mean, and then, with you guys on Texas show, because
Mhm.
I'm just trying to stay occupied, because if my mind starts to wander, I start to think about my mother. I start to think about my friend John Kelly. I start to think about Willie Williams. I start to think about my grandmother, and then I start to think about my great aunt. So that's a lot of people to lose in the month of May.
That is.
And, Yeah, so there's been a lot of it's a bad, month. I've always had a hard time in May. May sucks, dude. I can't sleep. And then the only thing you got to look forward to is a horrible, terrible thing we call summer, which is a little slice of hell here in Texas.
Dude, it's
Because it's coming and everybody's like, it's summertime. I'm like, go F yourself. Because for me, it just means we got to work in the heat.
Mm-hmm.
It's already so bad down here.
It's so hot, 102 degrees. What is it like?
I'm already turning corners and seeing nothing but basically looks like hay, but it's fresh grown grass. And I'm like, dude, and it's not even, legitimately summer. I'm like, dude, wait till August. It's going to be, and then, all of Central Texas becomes basically a tinderbox, one flick of a cigarette out of a car door and
you're all dead. It's true. And then, May comes in and everybody's like, it's so hot. And May's like, oh, you little bitches.
It's just preheating.
We're just preheating the oven. And then June comes and people are like, this is terrible. There were these people that I met a few years ago at the mall. They were my friend's shop. And they were from Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin. And they were like, it's so hot down here. It's like 90 degrees today. And I'm like, where are you from? And they said, Wisconsin, and they're going to be here for another week. I said, oh, so you're going to be here for another week. It's going to be July 4th. So I said, wait till July because it never fails. July is like, watch. It's like it tells June, hey, hold my beer. And then it just ups the ante. And then August comes and just kills everyone.
Kills it.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the trees? What happens to the trees? They're like in April, they're all like, oh, this is so wonderful. And they're talking to each other. Tom, how do you feel? Jake, I feel great. I feel good. You know what? I could do this all summer. I could. And then there's one all cynical in the back. Do y'all not remember last summer?
Last year.
Remember Tim? They're like, but Tim was getting old. They look over and Tim's like, it's over. And they're like, but this year is going to be different. Let's be positive. There's been some rain. May comes and they're like, we're still doing good. Haha, Mr. Negativity. He's back there like, no, I'm not buying the bullshit. All right. I'm not trusting the sign. And, Tim and Jake are like, no, just relax. It's going to be okay, Tom. Don't worry. And he's just like looking over at the corpse of what was once his friend. And he's letting them know.
There's not even mushrooms
through, but who knows, And they're like, well, our job is to give shade to all of the little woodland creatures and whatever, right? And then like, but you remember our leaves were all scorched off by July.
Right.
And then here comes June and they're like, oh, it is getting kind of hot. I got to admit, it's a little warm. It's a little warm. And then July comes and they're like, Tom, you there?
Feel my legs.
And then Jake is like, they're not answering, and Tom's like, yeah, I'm here. And like, Jake's not answering. Jake's gone. And here comes August. And then their leaves catch fire, and everybody just looks at the shit. They just like, wow, that tree just caught on fire. Good thing I can go into my house with my air condition.
Right. No, it's funny, man. So the gathering of the Juggalos used to take place in Hog Rock, Illinois, which is, basically on the border between Illinois and Kentucky. And us Texas cats, we'd go up there, and this is like mid to late July. And we'd go up there, and it was like during the heat of the day, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it was like maybe 82 degrees, and we're like walking through there, and us Texas cats are like, this feels so good. And all the Ohio Juggalos and the Northern Juggalos, Michigan Juggalos and shit, they'd come down there, they'd be walking up the same hill, and they're like, oh my God, dude, I can't deal with the heat. We're like, dude, drink a Pabst.
that sounds like what happened to me at Bryan Head, Joe. I don't know if you've been there, Joe or Monica. Bryan Head, Utah. I used to love to go up there when I stayed in Vegas.
No, I've never been to Utah.
No.
And so I go to Utah, and I was up on the mountain one time, and this lady it was, I'm not even going to tell you the temperature yet. I walk in and I'm just like, hey, I came from Vegas. I was on fire yesterday. Literally. I died. I had an out of body experience and now I'm here. And so she's all like, you know, wiping her. I don't even know what she's wiping. What are you wiping, lady? And she's just like, she had a fan. She was doing this right here. She was just like, it's been so hot on the mountain this year. And I'm just like, I was like, literally, I just told you I was on fire. Did you think that was a joke? Because it wasn't. My car still has the scorch marks. It was 112 in the shade in Vegas. I went outside with my friend from the casino when I was doing security, and he was smoking a cigarette telling me a story. So I put my hand on the rocks at 2:00 in the morning and it burned it. Mm-hmm. And it's 77 degrees up here on the mountain. And you're talking about how you're melting. You're like Sensi wax. You're melting. Bull crap.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was really aggravated by that. I was like, she's like, it's been so hot this summer. And there was some other one, and she's like putting the preserves on the, you know, in the shelves, and she's like, tell me about it. It's been like straight, 80 degrees every day. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
From the
like, I literally just came, dude, Pinhead chased me all the way up here. I finally escaped, and he went back into his, to Vegas. It's like, when you get to Vegas, I thought it was hot down here. I was walking on Fremont Street going to Binion's Horseshoe. And I had a little job at one time, so I was walking up there, and I was walking with this other bouncer. We used to work at this club, and I had a night job. I was working 2 jobs, doing security up there. And we were talking, and he was like, where are you from? He's from Ohio. He's like, I'm from Ohio. He was dying from the heat, and I was kind of laughing. So I get there and I talk to this guy who's lived it. He was like from Prim or something, whatever, terrible. Lived this all his life, had been in the scorching heat, and he was standing out there like chewing gum, and he goes, all right, guys, this is what we're going to do. We got to work tomorrow during the day, man. We got day shift open. And I'm the dumbass. I'm like, I can take it. I'm from Texas, And he's like, yeah, that's cute. You're from where? Where you from? What part of Texas? Rio Grande Valley? I was like, no, from Austin. He goes, you're going to die tomorrow, boy. And they're all laughing at me. They're like, yeah, man. And I'm like, dude, you act like you're tough or whatever. They were actually Marines from the garrison at Nellis Air Force Base. I got to be good friends with them. And I was like, well, you act like you're so tough, And they're like, no, this is a different kind of heat. It's a dry heat, but still a heat. You're going to be in trouble tomorrow. You watch. You're going to die. And I'm like, they're all chewing their gum all, trying around. And I'm like, okay. So I come in the next day, and I'm all like, it's noon. I don't care. And I'm out there, and I'm like, come on, guys, come on in, And yeah, I did have an out-of-body experience. I saw my body. I was like 114 degrees, and I was like, is that me? I was like, whoa. I said, I better get back in my body. Whoa, I'm about to die. And then this guy, his name is Joey. He comes out, Joey Balboni. It was this crazy Italian dude. He comes out. He's like, that's his name, Joey Balboni. He was an Italian dude, but he had been living in Vegas for like 18 years. So he was acclimated to the bullshit. And he comes out and he puts his big paw on the back of my, I'm a big dude, but he's a big dude. And he's like, hey, how you doing? You're not dead yet. And then there was this big dude. His name is Eric. He was a big dude. I used to weightlift with him. Big black dude, man. And he was over there. He's like, hey, man, it's too hot for a black man out here. Y'all need to let me inside. So we did rock, paper, scissors, and I lost. So they put him inside, and I'm out there, and I feel so bad. But he was so cool. He came out. He kept checking on me. He says, hey, man, you want to trade, homie? We could trade. I was like, all right, cool. He let me go inside. And I went and I sat and I hid literally like a little bitch. I wanted the freaking slot machines, and I literally had my hat down. I wasn't bullshitting. I was like this. I was just like I'm playing here. I don't work here at all. And this dude, this Marine Mark, he comes up. He's like, hey, what are you doing? Why are you sitting over there like a little bitch? You need to be outside getting people in. Instead, you're sitting over here I said, I heard you like a little bitch. I get it. I said, it sucks, man. I almost died out there. He said, I told you were going to die. Get out there, man. I was like, dude, come on. He's like, all right, so what I'll do. I'll let you go out for 30 minutes. You come back inside. 30 minutes, you go back out. You just keep cycling back in. Then I get sick from it because Vegas sucks. And then the next day, I get up to go to work, and I'm like, to hell with this. I'm not doing these day shifts. This is the last time I'm going to do it. Weirdest thing I ever saw underneath the car. I saw a tarantula, and I saw a lizard and a cat. And they were not interested in each other whatsoever. They were all just under the car like, let us live. Don't move this vehicle. Please just let me live. And I was like, oh, shoot, there's bugs and things under my car. You know, what is this? And my brother-in-law's like, oh, you get used to it. The animals, they're just trying to get out of the sun. They just like to go and hang out underneath the cars. There's snakes and all kinds of stuff that'll get up under there, all kinds of critters, you know. And I'm like, ugh. And it was bad. I mean, it was brutal. And so I thought, you know, my sister and them had a condo, and they had a nice pool. So on my day off, my first day off, I was like, you know what, I'm going to go get in the pool. Let's get a little sun, you know, in the pool because you're in the water, right? It's not going to, dude, 30 minutes and I was a lobster. I mean, and I tan really well being half Hispanic. And I'm just like, I'm half Hispanic. I tan. I get an off olive color. I'm good. No. I came out and I was like, don't touch me. My skin came off. 30 minutes. I mean, Vegas is brutal, dude. It is bad.
Is it? Yeah, it's a dry heat. It's weird.
A dry heat. And then they tell you that. But it's a dry heat. Yeah, like a convection oven. It's horrible.
Dude, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I did the same thing, man. I came out looking like the last guy on the first RoboCop. You know, he's all melting.
Vegas is full of freaking weird. Everything down there on the strip is demonic. I kid you not. I shit you not, man. I mean, there were people telling me all kinds of weird stories in that place, man. Just weird. And then you can get booze at any time of night.
Thank
you. Just walk into a liquor store. Just walk in there and just walk out with booze, man. It was so crazy. Thank you for that donation, Boomer. Appreciate it, man. And so, yeah, I had a lot of fun in Vegas, but it was brutal in the summer.
It is.
And it was bad, man. Have you guys spent any time there in the summer?
Yes. Go ahead, Monica. Yeah.
No, I mean, I was there for trade show, and I was smart enough not to go outside in the daytime. But just walking around on the strip at night, it's still 110 at night, 1 a.m. You know, it's 110. And I'm thinking, what the
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't like Vegas. That's one of the reasons I don't like Vegas, because I hate the heat.
It's terrible. It's absolutely brutal.
No, during the day, I went out there. I think it was pre-summer. Me and Jen went. It was like right when it was breaking, and dude, she's ultra. Y'all know, y'all seen her, ultra white chick. So she's like, I love the mountains. They look great, but I'm hallucinating from the heat, you know. And I'm like, I can deal with it. I just gotta, you know, I gotta hydrate with these giant 3-foot margaritas. You know, so I'll be all right. But yeah, by the end of the whole, you know, like walking up and down the strip, and then at night when you go hit Fremont, by then we were toasted 10 minutes, you know. It's just not, it wasn't our thing. Because, you know, I mean, I don't mind the dry heat, but I'm Texas born and raised, so I need.
What do you think about Phoenix, though? Look at this guy. He's talking about Phoenix, dude. Now, I was in Phoenix in the summer one year because I was driving out to California and I had to stay the night in Phoenix, and it was horrible. I've driven through Phoenix 3 different times in the summer. Why? Because I'm insane and I like pain, I guess. Because we got backed up. I mean, it was bad. And we were sitting in traffic and I was like, oh God. And the AC, my car was like, it was, you know, I was worried it was going to break down or something because we were just running the AC and it had to be 125 in that traffic. Yeah. And I was like, dude, this is horrible. And so my car at that time, the car that it wasn't my car, it was somebody else's, but the car we were in at that time, I thought it was going to go out. It was my friend's vehicle. And I said, your car sucks, dude. And he's like, we got to roll the windows down. It's going to overheat. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So we're going to die, basically, is what's going to happen.
Right.
And the traffic was like that, dude. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. And I said, your car is going to overheat. I had money back then, right? Cash on me. And so there was like these two ladies in a car next to ours, and I got out of the car. And this is a true story. I kid you not. And I knocked on the window and I said, look, I have $200. Let me sit in the back seat. And they're like, I don't know. They're like kind of looking at each other and they're like, but it's $200. It's in the 90s, you know, in 1996 or something like 97. And they were like, and I'm not tooting my own horn, but I wasn't a bad looking guy back then. All right. I've gained a few pounds. I'm not as sexy. I get it. I know. But they were kind of like, okay, I guess, you know. And so I said, thank God. I got in the back of the car with them. They're like, we were not moving. And I was looking at my friends and they were over there like, well, you're with two hot chicks and we're sucking over here. You know, I'm like, whatever, bro. And so we got where we were about to turn off. I said, hey, I got to get out. But it was nice talking to y'all. And the one girl, she was so cool. She was just like, look, I feel bad taking your money, whatever. I said, no, don't worry about it. Take it. It's worth it just to be in the AC in Phoenix in early August, you know? And so they gave me like $100 back or something, but I paid $100 because it was an hour or something of sitting in the heat. And so I got back in my friend's car, and at that point, he had rolled the windows up and the AC was on again. So we had to literally stop in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic. We went and got a hotel like right there. I don't remember where we turned off at, but it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible, and the area we were at was really bad. Phoenix being the 5th largest city in the country.
Yeah.
And the people that live there, not nice. They're just not. Everybody's pissed off all the time. Like I literally went in there one time to get a burrito, and this lady, and it was hot as hell. And this lady, she was really kind of heavy set, whatever. She comes out and she's like, what do you want? Like I just woke her up from the worst nightmare that she'd ever had. I was like, I'll take a number 2. She's like, I think she was lying. She was just like, we don't have that. And I was like, you don't have a number 2? You don't have, and she's like, no, we're out of taco shells. She's like looking around, like scratching herself, looking down, not making eye contact. And I'm like, okay, well, can I get a burrito? She's like, I don't have any beans. And I'm like, okay, well, can you just put something on a tortilla and I'll eat it? And she's like, are you trying to get smart ass with me? And then like 3 cholos come up and they're like, what, you want to get crazy? I'm like, dude, all right, I'm out of here. Fine. Don't make me a taco. Don't make me a burrito. I'm going to leave. Goodbye. And they're like, yeah, you better leave. I'm like, worst city ever. I was like, fuck Phoenix, dudes, for real.
Yeah,
I was like,
because they all got cornstarch on their huevos. You know?
man, it is absolutely abhorrent there. It is a horrible place. So who lives there, why they live there. And then on top of it, not to just bag on people's city, but right outside of there, it stinks like to high heaven. Like there is, I was in Buckeye. I'll never forget. And it smelled so bad. We had to go to the pharmacy or whatever to do something. I don't remember what it was. And it smelled terrible. The whole place smelled like cow shit, you know? And I grew up around cow shit, and this was a different type of cow shit. And I even said it. I was like, how do y'all live here? And this one guy, he's standing there, and he's like, where are you from? And I said, I'm from Texas. He goes, I wish I lived in Texas. I didn't like that. And my wife was with me. She was just like, don't be rude. You know, I'm like, God, fuck this place. It's horrible. I was pissed. I was like, I know why. Everybody's pissed here. I'm pissed, and I've just been here for a couple of hours. I'm like, the hell, y'all move. Go, get away from here. Go. Free yourselves, you know? So, yeah, it is bad. It's very rough. And then when you go to a place like Colorado, like Boulder, I was in Boulder on that same trip on the way back. And my godson, Alec, he comes out and he's like, it's been so hot here this summer. It's 81 today. I don't know if I'll live, Uncle. And I'm like, well, I had to slap your soul right out of your body, dude. Yeah. I felt wonderful. When we hit Fort Collins, I was like, woohoo. I was like, I rolled the windows down. I was like, it's only a 90. Awesome. I don't care. I didn't give a crap. I was so glad to be out of that damnable heat. And I have 3 godchildren there in Boulder and in Denver, you know. So I went to visit them all, and they were just like, you know, oh, it's been so hot. And I'm like, y'all are spoiled. Get out of your minds.
Yeah.
You don't know what heat is. Go to Texas,
Right.
live it down here, but it's still not as bad as Vegas.
The sun in Colorado is something else, though. If you're standing out in the open,
It can be, yeah.
It's 6 inches from your face.
Especially in Pueblo. Have you been to Pueblo?
No.
Yeah. What part of Colorado were you in?
I was in the South San Juan Mountains.
Oh, okay.
Areas up in there.
And I guess you think that's hot.
No, I didn't think it was hot.
I'm about to say, please don't tell me that.
I mean, even in Texas in the middle of summer, I didn't feel like the sun was like pressing against my face.
I wonder why that is. Maybe there's a hole there in the ozone.
It's the reflection of the snow, because I lived in Colorado Springs for a little bit when I was.
Oh, I love Colorado Springs.
And yeah, well, to me it was a horrible experience, but but like I can't do like the heat, not so bad. I can't do cold like at all. Like if it gets like below 40, I'm dressing up like Biggie Smalls in some music video from 1992, dude. I swear to God, I got a beanie, I got the big coat jacket, the Timberlands. Like I'm like, no, dude, can't.
You're more like Tupac, dude. How long will they mourn me? Like you're ready to die up in there.
I'm telling you, man, I just can't do it. Even when it gets cold air in Texas, man, like they'll be like, Jen will be like, literally like, why are you wearing 2 shirts, a hoodie, you know, a beanie, and this big puffy jacket? And I'm like, because it's 42 degrees outside.
Exactly. That's what happened in Alaska, dude. When I went to Vallejo, it was like everybody was like, welcome to Alaska. Like they're going to impress me with the cold. They're going to be cold here. I'm like, yeah, no shit. That's why I have a layer of blubber to keep me warm in the winter.
Right.
And you know, they were like, well, it's because you're a little heavy. I'm like, no, I'm fat, and that's a blessing here. I wasn't. I was a lot fatter at that time, you know. And the guy that I was with, he was a little turd. Right. And he's like, I'm gonna shoot a bear, and I'm gonna do this, and then he wants to pick fights in the bar with guys who, let's be honest, they've seen more bears than women in the last 2 months. And I'm like, dude, you need to stop this shit. And he's like, Rob told me that you could kick anyone's ass. I said, maybe for myself, but not for you. I'm just not motivated for that. He's over there shaking the bag of gold the whole time, like one of the Lannisters. We always pay our debts. You need to fight these dragons for me. I'm like, no, I'm not fighting these people. I don't know what dire wolf this guy just ate. Look at this guy. He's over there like lifting a moose. I was getting really aggravated with this guy. And he's like, Rob Schneider's my friend. I don't give a shit if he is or not. The bottom line, yeah, he's a great guy, but I'm not going to get my ass killed for your stupid crap. And then he kept on like with the locals, you know, like with the locals, messing with them. And I said, I walked out of that bar. And the other bodyguard, he's like, well, I'm going to pay him your money. And so he was kind of a munchkin little dude, you know? And so I picked him up and put him up on the wall, and I literally did this. And I said, look, I'm going to turn you upside down and shake you until gold coins come out of your pocket.
I'm the leprechaun.
Yeah. And he's like, okay, I think we can work something out. Yeah. And that was the end of that. And the other guy was like, hey, man, you know, you need to quit messing with Wolf. He's not that kind of guy. He's not nice like me, you know? And he's like, I don't like him. He kept saying something. I don't like this guy. He's a bully. I'm like, no, you wanted to bully people. That's why you paid me to come here with you, to get our ass beat up at this Moose Knuckle or whatever the hell it was called. You know what I mean? Like it was some dive bar, and the locals there were like, you walk in, you know, they're like, and then they're kind of looking up and down and going, he's kind of got an effeminate face. I don't know. Should I hit on him or not? And I walk up to the bar and I'm like, hey, how's it going? And they're just kind of like looking you up and down still, you know, deciding whether or not they willing to, you know. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they were testing the waters. You know, I have a pretty face. So, you know, I was kind of like, oh, you know.
You got a taste of what it's like to be a woman walking into any bar.
Yeah. So I had to like make myself ugly. I went. And then they were just like, oh, okay, never mind. This guy turned into a guy now. He's, I'm kidding. I've never had that happen. No guy has ever looked me up and down like that and been like, hey, what's up? You look at me, you can tell I'm a dude, all right? But the guy that I was with, not so much. because they were sizing him up. They were kind of looking at him like, well, no, there's not many women in this town. There's 20 of them and 1,000 of us. You know, and so the women
Dude.
there could call the shots, bro, for real. That bartender, she was and she came up and she's like, what are you drinking? And I'm like, I'll take some. You want some mop water? I'll give you mop water, you little bitch. And I'm like, okay, yes, I will take that. She didn't say
Yes,
that, but,
ma'am.
it was like that. It was like she was calling the shots. And, she
Literally.
stood up on the bar and she was not good looking. She was pioneer woman. You know how you see the pioneer women and they kind of look like the men, they're rugged and they got the gun and they're just kind of sitting there with the shocked look on their face. And the guy next to him's like, and that, yeah, they were, the Oregon Trail did this to me. Look at me. There was no makeup, nothing. She still got half an arrow in her ass, and some buckshot on the side of her neck where he tried to shoot something. He was hallucinating and he ate part of a cactus. It's bad. It's bad. So then you go in there and there's this woman and she was just like calling the shots. She's just like, what you drinking? And she was breathing all hard. I didn't even know why she was breathing hard. I'm like, why are you breathing hard? I just came from the freaking, Klondike out there. I know why I'm breathing hard. I'm overweight. I mean, I don't know what your problem is. But she had a problem. She had an attitude. And she was just like, and then at one point she's like doing this while I'm talking. Somebody's talking to me, and this guy, this rugged outdoorsman type guy, is sitting there telling me all this crazy shit. That's when I had to eat my wife. So it was rough. And I'm sitting there going like, wow, Sam, that is incredible. And I'm gonna, if you could let go of my arm,
that'd be great.
It's a little uncomfortable. You got a lot of calluses on your hand. I feel bad for you, And then she's over there like, hey, buddy. And I'm like, I look over and I'm like, me? And she's like, yeah, you pussy. Yeah. You don't pay your tab. Your little munchkin friend over there just caused a lot of problems. And you didn't drink your mop water I gave you, little bitch. And I'm like, I said, look, you need to stop talking to me that way. And she said, oh, you want to fight 10 people? What's up? The only woman in this bar, you going to run her off? What you going to do, boy? I'm like, I'm sorry. How much is my tab? $1,000. It wasn't that, but it was a lot. And I said, that sounds like a reasonable deal. I will give you. That is a twofer right there, actually. I am so glad you gave me that. And she did. She poured me a shot of some kind of shit. And I was just like, bottoms up. I'm good. I am totally okay with this. I feel like I have more hair on my chest now. And I just walked out of there and I thought, Alaska sucks ass where we were at.
It's
to
funny.
Shoot this magical bear that was a nuisance or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to get this bear, Lollipop Guild over here with his mouth, and he's running it at the lodge lady too. Now she was another one. She was just like, she told him, she's like, if I pick up that phone and I call the sheriff, she's like, you will go to jail forever. She told him that. And I said, why is that? And I think I just kind of muttered it, or maybe she was reading my mind. I don't know. And she's like, because I'm a woman here. And that she was serious. There was like 10 of them, the whole village, And so I was like, holy crap. They were calling the shots. And the dudes were like, yeah, what do you need? Whatever you want, I'll do it. I love you, And they're like, I'm your sister. I don't care, Totally did not give a shit. And they didn't give a crap what you were doing. And you were not one of them. So that was it, period.
Dude, it's funny you say that about the little dude, man. It reminds me, after one of the conventions out here, I was kicking it with, he played Leprechaun in one of the Leprechaun movies and Chucky in another one. Little bitty 3-foot dude, man. I forget his name. But, dude, I watched that dude, 3-foot dude. Like if he was standing on Jen's seat, he'd probably be about that tall. I watched that dude down 2 6-packs of freaking not just regular. It wasn't Warwick. No, it wasn't the original. I watched him pound down 2 6-packs of beer, and they were like IPAs, which are like 5.9 or some percent, or and dude, that dude is like, he's from Canada, so he was like the nicest dude in the world. And he'd like jump up on the picnic table and be like,
You're talking about Warwick Davis? That's what everybody's saying.
No, it wasn't Warwick. It was he was in the latter the latter end. He played. So if you go to what was it? The wedding
Jacob's
one.
Ladder.
No, I got it. I got his picture right over there.
He was in
His autograph.
Chucky and the Leprechaun, you said?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's literally right over there. But yeah, he was, and he was like a Canadian, so he was like the nicest dude in the world. He's like,
Yeah, but they can drink.
"Yo, dude, yeah," and I
Mhm.
was like, "Dude, a 12-pack for you, dude."
Those
is like,
French Canadians are unbelievable.
I was like,
I used to
"Dude,
work with
that's-"
one.
Yeah, I was like, "That's like, probably 36 beers for me." Which I can do, but I'm not going to be that polite. I'm going to be like, "So, what are you talking about, Pilgrim?" Trying to start some shit.
Dude, I could be like an angry drunk. I used to go to hip hop clubs, and my friends would always be like, "Why do you don't like hip hop music? So why do you go to hip hop clubs to get drunk?" I was like, "You know why? That's where
Yeah.
all the brawls are at."
Yeah,
I would go in there and get
shit.
drunk in the hip hop club, and somebody would be staring at me like, like, "Who are you?" And of course, they would pop off, and
Yeah.
that would be it. It'd be on and popping, man.
Yeah,
And
I used to,
yeah, metal
I used-
club. Nobody's really they're moshing, Like, okay, I got
Right.
kicked out of the Slayer mosh pit at the Gardens in San Antonio. You
right.
got to really do something to get kicked out of the mosh pit, because this kid, he freaking elbowed me. I turned around, and it's Seasons in the Abyss. It was, and I'm like, boom, and I started forming people, and then the security was like, "Oh, you!" And so I just like made my way through the crowd to get, and I just ducked into the back or whatever, and like kind of blended in, and they were like looking. I could see them looking for me, and my head was shaved at that time, man. So I just grabbed my friend's hat and put it on, and was like, ducked down, just acting like
Yeah.
I didn't do anything. And then like right before the last song, like one of the bouncers saw me go up to the bar. He's like, "Hey, you got to go." I'm like, "Man, the show's almost over, dude. Just, seriously, come on now." And then so he let me slide. He's like, "All right,
Yeah.
man, but don't do anything stupid, man. I saw what you did." And I was like, "Yeah, well, that kid forearmed me, so I did it back, He's like, "Yeah, well, you were twice his size. It's not my fault Slayer fans have skinny arms. Dude, come on."
We used to pick them out like, remember, I think it was called, Showplace Lanes right there.
Oh, yeah. Dude,
Yeah,
that place
on
became
35.
horrible. I mean, it was bad, dude. There were brawls
Yeah.
in there all the time. And then
Dude,
shootings.
I was there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to go out there and just strictly to start shit. And
That's all it was a shit starting
we
place.
got there
It used to be fun. It was an overnight bowling alley that never exists now. Would never
Yeah.
exist now. But yeah, and it was cool. But then Runberg just got worse and worse
Yep,
and worse.
yep.
And there were gangs out the wazoo, dude.
Oh, yeah.
And so you
Oh,
go
yeah.
in there, and it was because I remember going and people were just openly making drug deals in that sucker, man.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah, they would go over there by the arcades and they would just throw bags
Yep.
on the ground, and you're just like, "Damn, you're gonna
Yep.
do that right here in the open?" That's like just crazy, dude.
Yeah,
It was nuts, man.
I was that dude. Yeah, we used to go out there and literally play some, what's the video game?
Tekken. Don't tell me it's not
It
Tekken.
wasn't Tekken. It was older than that. The
Hmm.
Double Dragon.
Oh wow, you're talking about
Dude.
way back in the loop.
Yeah, and we
Double
we-
Double
yeah.
Dragon, bro. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
we
Yeah,
go
I
out
remember
there
they
and-
had Tekken there, and I remember they had Mortal Kombat. They had all these fighting games, and then they're
And
like,
everyone get
people are
riled
always coming here and fighting, and you're giving them booze. What do you think's going to happen with them when they're all full of dope and booze and playing Mortal Kombat?
Yep, exactly.
it was rough.
No,
So does anybody need to leave? Because if you need to dip out, I understand. I get it. We've been here for 3.5 hours, so it's up to you. If you want to
I
go,
gotta pee, but other than that, I'm good.
Yeah, right.
do that if you want to. Because I mean, I don't care. We can leave, or we can talk about some stuff. It doesn't matter to me. This
Yeah,
is
I
just the
went
laid back
in and out
Friday.
all throughout the show, man. I'm sorry about that. It just
Yeah, you totally ruined the whole show, man. Everything that ever is bad about this episode, I blame Abe.
the Swamp King is saying that his voodoo hoodoo worked. He kicked me out of the show.
Oh, really? He said that?
I'm saying he cut the power off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's probably claiming victory. Well, you know, he's got like 400,000 subs, that he got in 1 year.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's killing me, man. I only got 35 something. He's got 40,000. And let me tell you something. Those bots are paying mad attention to him. They hang on his every word. They're like,
how much do they?
"You are the best."
How much does he pay for that, man? He's got to be paying out of his arse.
You know what?
For those bots.
Somebody sent me a menu the other day. Another podcaster sent me a menu of how much it costs. So we can actually look it up. Let me see if I can look it up here. You got all these pictures on your thing and you don't even know why. Like, why did I take a picture at that place? Yeah, if I can find it, man. Somebody sent me one the other day, and it was like, literally, it tells you like how much it costs for subs. I think it was like it was cheap. It was relatively cheap. Like you could get like 1,000 subs for like, I can't remember how much it was. It was not a lot of money, dude.
You talking about bot subs?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there was a menu that somebody sent me. They were like, "Look at this shit," and they were saying that they think that they were getting unsubs so that they would make them buy them. Yeah. I don't know about that, but I was like, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know what to believe at this point. I mean, anything is possible, but I think it's bullcrap because, every time I talk to somebody, they're like, "Yeah, I was unsubbed from your channel." So that's happening. It's definitely happening. But then after you get a bunch of people unsubbing from you and then they cut your new subs down, which is, for me, it's mass reporting is what they're doing.
Yeah.
And then they send you a thing saying, "Here you go, buy some subs." And I'm like, yeah, screw off, dude. I'm not buying your shit.
So that's YouTube doing that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this other YouTuber told me. I'm not saying I buy into it because I don't know. Yeah. He's pretty adamant that that's what they're doing. And he's not the only one. Recently, I can't find it, but there's a menu. Yeah, it shows how much you pay for the subs, how much you pay for the views, and so what gets me though is if this menu is legit and you can buy, why do they not buy the views to match the subs? I don't know. Somebody told me this too. There was another YouTuber. Well, he doesn't do YouTube anymore. He's just strictly podcast. But he told me, he said when he was doing YouTube that they would do these sweeps and they would kill people's channels. And they would, the quickest way to get caught is if you buy views, because if you buy the views, from what I heard, that costs YouTube money. So if they're having to pay you for these fake views, they'll nail your ass. But they're not as worried about fake subs, and they use the fake subs, people do, to bloat their channel so that it looks like they have this amazingly big, they're a big boy, you know what I mean? And then everybody goes and says, "Oh, that guy's got it going on, he's got thousands and thousands of subs. He must be a baller, shot caller. Let's go watch his show."
20 inch blades on the Impala.
Yeah, 20 inch blades on the Impala. Baller. I ain't gonna say the rest because it's YouTube.
No one knows about that, but us Texas cats.
I'll sing it tomorrow though.
Dude, I talked to Ohio cats and stuff about that, and they're like, "What? What are you talking about?" I'm like, "You don't know, the screw era?" And anyways, not to get off. But yeah, I'm like, dude, what are you talking about?
I always thought that if DJ Screw was more popular, they could have used him in a Family Guy skit.
Right.
Like Stewie, he could be like, "This is worse than that Toblerone song by DJ Screw." Fuck with the true caramel's true.
Knocking doors
and
down.
They cut off, or Peter be like, "Yeah, that's worse than a DJ Screw video." Nobody's gonna know what that is unless you're from Texas and you're rolling through the hood.
Yep. No, Ohio cats, man. I have a bunch of them, and they're like, "What are you, dude? Are you?" And I'm like, "It's Third Coast, rap." And they're like, "Never heard of it." Do you know Wu-Tang? And I'm like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, yes, I do."
Third Coast. That's funny. I haven't heard that in a while. Third Coast. I remember back in the day. Remember Little Kiki? I did security with
Kiki the
Little
Don.
Kiki concert, man, and they got so ignorant. They tried to shoot me and Kevin Nunn. Kevin Nunn was a tough man champion, and he went all the way to the finals one year in this national tough man competition. Look him up. He was a tough guy. I helped train him. But we were in the back of the Realm, a place called the Realm, and I hardly ever deviated from my club working somewhere else, and I was working a Little Kiki concert, and his bodyguard came to the back, and we were in the back, and these dudes in the back had gotten thrown out, and they got beat up. So one of these little prick bouncers that didn't like us, he really didn't like Kevin, but he didn't like me either. He closed the door, the back door. And so there was a little fence around where we were at, and they had kicked in part of it, and they were coming out of like 1, 2 at a time. And so when they were dropping down, because we were down in a lower, all right, it's right on Riverside and Congress, that place. Still, the building's still there.
Okay. I got
It's
you.
called the Realm. And they were dropping down into that little square where we were at, and we were just knocking them unconscious. I'm not joking. There were 3 of us, 3 big-ass dudes, man. But I stuck out like a sore thumb. I was the only non-black dude back there, and they were all trying to hit me. And the guys that I was with, boy, they were nailing them, dude. We were just nailing people. So there was like about 20 people knocked out, and then we get drugged back in because my friend Willie, he opens the door and he grabs us and says, "Get in," And then at the end of the night, the back door gets opened by some doofus after we told them not to open it. Squid was like, "Do not open that door." Right? And then we hear bang, bang, and somebody had stuck a double-barreled shotgun through the back door and popped both barrels, bam, bam. And they hit the bar with it. But, luckily the bartender, she wasn't back there. It was the end of the night and everybody was gone, and it was just us cleaning up. I wasn't cleaning up, but they were. And I was just waiting to get paid. And then little Kiki was there. Everybody was there. And they're like, "What the hell?" And they were like, "Yeah, dude, it got roguish up in there." Yeah. And they blasted part of the wood off of the bar. So finally we waited until 5 a.m. We all walked out together. Everybody had their guns out and was like, looking around, and there was nothing going on. The next weekend, though, there was a concert there and 2 guys got stabbed. One of them died, or he died at the hospital. Literally died. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm going back to my club. Thanks for the money." A guy named JL used to be a wrestling promoter there. He's the one that threw those concerts there. And we had some issues with people, like big time. And he was a pretty tough guy, too. I saw him throw down. He was a tough cat. But, it got pretty hairy in there, dude. And there was an Asian party in there, too. And they liked to drink. They were Laotian and Vietnamese gang members. They were triads. And they like to drink a drink called 3 Wise Men or 4 Horsemen.
Yep, the 4 Horsemen, yeah.
And they get lit like you would not believe, and they become an angry hive of bees, and they'll just tear through anybody. And they were going ballistic in there on like 4 dudes, 4 guys that had come in there from the weekend. There was like 2 weekends before, and they were like regulars, and they were African-American guys, and these Asian dudes just attacked them, dude, and were just tearing them apart. I mean, and we had to like fight them, and I had fought them at my club, and it was the only fight I can say I ever lost in that club. Ever. And it was outside of the club. They dropped a 30-pound pizza sign on my head, and I had a concussion. So I'm walking around in my club on a Saturday, and one of my bouncers comes up, and he's like, because he was off the day before, and he's like, "So what'd y'all do yesterday, man? How was it?" And I stopped, and I had to sit there and go, because Thursday was when that fight happened in my club, not the one at the Realm. But anyway, and I stopped, and I was like, "I don't remember yesterday." Holy shit, I don't remember Friday. What is today? And he said Saturday, and I said, "Oh, holy crap." And so I went to my brother, and I said, "Dude," I'm scared. I don't remember yesterday. I don't remember anything up until this point. I said, "What happened?" He goes, "I don't know, you sat at the table holding your head most of the night." And I said, "Why the hell did y'all let me come to work?" And he goes, "You insisted on being here at the club. I mean, And I said, "Dude, I don't remember anything. I remember getting into a fight. I remember that and sitting there kind of going like, and I remember just having to stand up and fight my way back inside. And these people were just angry, a hive of bees going crazy. And I remember just punching so many people. And I'm not joking. And I'm not saying this is the truth. These guys, eventually they grabbed my arms, and they were sacrificing themselves to hold us, me and a couple other guys, to where you couldn't throw punches or kicks anymore, and then you just kept getting hit until you were on the ground. There was the remnants of a payphone there, and I remember falling back up against it and then getting punched and kicked, which felt like an eternity, and then just banged like this white flash because they dropped a sign on my head. I know that because my brother was running up and saw it happen. And so I just got laid out, and then I sat up, and I had to stop getting punched and kicked. I had to stand up and fight my way back inside. Then the cops come as they're kicking in the doors, and the cops' horses were whatever. So that I ended up in the back of the club with a cop. And the cop was standing there holding his head, and there was blood coming down the side of his head. So they had dragged a couple of these horse cops off of their horses and beat the shit out of them. And so I was in the back of the club, and this cop was standing there, and he was holding his head, and he was radioing. He goes, "We need more people over here." So the police report said there was anywhere from 70 to 100 assailants. That night, I had 6 bouncers. We were shorthanded. So do the math. So I go to a place to buy some shoes about a month or two later. There's a place called Rooster Andrews. It don't exist anymore. It used to be a kicker for UT. I know you know, Joe. And I go in there to buy some ass-kicking shoes that I could fight in because that's what was about to happen. The Asians were coming in every Thursday, and they were fighting with us. And so I said, no, let them come, because I went and I rehired a bunch of thug-ass bouncers that used to work for me back in the day, and I gave them double the pay for a couple of weeks, and I said, I'm going to pay you twice. And I hired every thug on my list. I had about 24 of them, and they were brutal, mean, nasty people, ex-military, ex-cons, all of them. I said, come back. And then when they would stand in line, they had a little black dragon tattoo on their little shitty arms, and I would go up to them, and I'd look at them, and I'd be like, oh, yeah. You're one of them. And then one of them was standing, he's all,
I know exactly what that dude.
yeah. And I said, you're a black dragon, huh? And he goes, like, he's all like, he's hard. Like, he taught me a lesson, you know? I said, boy, you're welcome to come into my club. So we filled it up to the brim on a Thursday night, and we put an ass whooping on them that was epic, that the entire street remembered to this day. And then there was a few of them, their leaders, who worked at a company called Mac Rabbit. And I'll never forget, one of them delivered pizza, which he sold drugs on his little route. So we ordered a special pizza, and we beat the fuck out of that dude. And I was like, come here. And I started just pounding that dude right in the doorway. And my friend Chico was like, oh, dude, take it inside, Holmes. Not afuera. I took him inside, man, and I gave him the chingazo special for his pizza. And I was like, who's your leader at, dude? El Rey, your homeboy, the king badass, who's had you guys beating me to death. And then I told him, I said, if you want peace, I said, bring me back my stuff. They took my elbow brace. They took my Dallas Cowboys hat and my wrist wraps, and they were waving them around like trophies in the air. And when you're a thug like I was, you can't have that happening, because the street's watching you, homie, and they're looking at you going like, you just got your ass whooped.
Yeah.
You're fighting all these other people, and you won, but these dudes just took you down, and they stripped your stuff off you like you were nothing. And so I told them, I said, bring me back my shit. So they did. They hunted down each and every one of them, and their big homeboy, he was a big dude for an Asian dude. He comes up, and he's standing there, he's got these colored contacts in his eyes, and I did something very extremely cruel to him. And I told him, I said, the rest of you little punks can watch this. I said, give me my stuff, or this war will go on and on. I'm not going to stop. And he handed me my hat. He handed me my wrist. I said, I'm missing a wrist wrap. One of them was white. One of them was black. Where's the black one? He said, I don't know. I said, okay. And I reached up and I put my thumbs in his eyes, and I pushed his contact lenses into the back of his eyes, and I headbutted him, top of your head, hardest part of the body, and broke his nose cleaner than shit. And then uppercutted him, and he bit the tip of his tongue off. So people say, oh, you think you're tough, you're somebody. No, bitch, I know I am. I know what I'm made of. And I'll say it again. I'll whip your motherfucking ass. And that's what I did to him. And they destroyed my club. And I said, you're going to pay for all this shit you did. The doors that you kicked in and every bit of it. All you little bastards. And I know where you work because one of your little boys ratted you out. And they went into a Blockbuster video and did the same shit. And the police were like, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. Yeah, because you ain't worth shit. You ain't going to do nothing. I'll do it. So, yeah. and I got my money.
Yeah,
I got my money.
Nah, dude, imagine looking like me with a lot more hair and a lot longer, and being in downtown Austin, opening up for Zero, and like we had to fight our way out of that whole thing because there was no way they were letting us off the fucking reins about it. It was very brutal, and yeah, Austin back in those days, it was very.
Yeah, everybody fought back then. They didn't just shoot
wild,
like
wild
they do
west,
now.
dude. Yeah, no, you didn't. Yeah, it was wild, wild west, and you literally, because I remember going on, going on first time I ever opened for Zero and or Tech 9, same thing. First time I opened up for Tech 9 was in 2007 at South by Southwest, and yeah, you did not get away without.
You said Zero and Tech 9?
Well, the first time I opened up for Zero was in like 2008.
Yeah, he was at our club once too.
And then Tech 9 was South by Southwest in 2007. I want to say.
If Tech 9 is at a conference too, or is at a conference at a concert, it's going to be a fight.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's like they're like black juggalos there, dude. And there's a bunch of white kids you think they want to be black, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to Tech 9 conference. My friend look up on the dude's conference, man. You don't know me, dog." I'm like, "Shut up." Mayberry, shut up.
Well, it was a big blood thing because Tech 9 was all blood back then, and well, I mean, it still is, but and I'm Crip, so it didn't.
What were you rolling 60s? What were you into?
I was a Creektown Crip, man. It was but it just if you were blue,
hours Paranormal Roundtable after hours.
Yeah. If you were blue in a sea of red, it was gonna go down. And
I think you didn't hang out at Mason Manor much, probably.
No.
I used to have to police that sucker, boy. That was all freaking red.
Yeah.
And then at Springdale Gardens, Rosewood Courts.
Gardens.
Now your place would have been Rhodabrooks.
Yeah,
you would have been Murderbrooks.
Springs.
Yeah, Dove Springs, and you would have been fine at Thurman Heights and Murderbrooks. That's the blue.
Yeah.
I knew all the blue, and I knew all the red. I knew where they were at, and I knew where the LKs were.
Yeah.
The bros, and then of course Fairway.
Bros and Fairway, yeah.
Bad over there. The Latino gangs over there were ruthless.
Thurman Heights, I was cool at. 18th Street, I was cool at. But they allowed me to, to be there. I wouldn't. I couldn't press nothing, but yeah, man, you literally fought tooth and nail sometimes when shit broke out. You fought tooth and nail just to get out of there.
Different time, folks, and I was never into the colors. I wasn't a gang banger. I was a different type of gang. It was a different type of thing for me.
I was, unfortunately.
Yeah. Imagine.
Unfortunately, and I don't say it to brag or boast or nothing. I to me nowadays, red and blue make green. I'll go to even out here in Bastrop because it came out there. And they'll be like, "What's up, cuz?" And I'll be like, "What's up, blood?" And they'll flip me up and down. Like, look at the fucking shirt I'm wearing. It's a fucking blue bandana. But nowadays it was in the early 90s to mid 90s, like that was not tolerated. And yeah, you had to, even into the mid 2000s, you had to earn your way through it, and
different time.
Yeah, very spooky.
I remember boxing at Mentopolis Recreation Center and looking like a Walil, and it was all black and Hispanic, and they thought I was a white guy, and everybody wanted to fight me.
Mentopolis, man.
Mentopolis was rough. That's where I found Scorpio.
Yeah,
that was his hood. He was from there. When we went through there one time, when I first gave him a ride home one night after the club, they were whistling, and he was saying his zip code. I'm like, wow, dude.
Yep.
Saying the last two digits, I'm like, geez, you gotta. It's rough, man. I mean, and you think of Austin because they always portray it like it's this nice little place, whatever. Go to 36th and say something. Say something the wrong something to the wrong someone and watch what happens. There's a shooting down there every weekend on Dirty Six. Everybody's like, oh, it's Austin. It's a college town. Bullshit. Go to 6th Street. Go to East 6th Street, where it's always been bad. Dirty Six, it's gotten horrible.
Yeah, Loyola back in the Gap.
Oh, Loyola was horrible. I used to work at Loyola. I used to work down there too. Escapades 2000, that place was a freaking slaughter pen, dude. I used to do security in there. You know, Los Tecolotos, that's another slaughterhouse, dude. Dude, I worked in some really bad places. I'm telling you, like when people start popping off, they don't know what they're talking. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. I've had guns in my face so many times. I've been stabbed twice, nearly died. Been in so many fights, I can't even count. And then they're like, oh, those guys, dude, she's tough because they're sitting on their couch all fat, eating potato chips and think that they can whoop somebody's ass. You can't do shit, man. You're just going to sit there and listen because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. First time I got in a fight and I got stabbed, literally was on my Ice Cube tattoo, but I covered it up. But I went home and Rambo'd and sewed it shut so my parents wouldn't see.
So we've heard Abe's stories. Abe has told his stories on the show. Joe's telling his story. Monica, what kind of gang bullshit did you get into?
Throw down like that. It might come as a shock, but I really didn't do anything like that. I did orchestrate things.
A mass killing?
I pulled the strings. So
she was the hottie. We were all trying to get to the party.
Other people would do my dirty work for me. Plausible deniability.
Well, that's what women do, though. Women are poisoners, and women they do that. They work their magic. You know how many gang wars probably started because of a girl? Probably all of them. It was always over a chick, man, in the club. They'd be like, "Hey, man, you want to touch my girl, man?" And then it was like on and popping, dude. And the women would be throwing down with the men.
Dude, Troy. I mean, back in the grid.
The movie didn't do it justice. It was the story. You read it. It's all about a woman. Launched 1,000 ships.
I don't.
Monica Brawlin Rawlins.
Yeah, that was
100%. Maddie's a Puerto Rican girl. So but Maddie's a Chicagoite. She's not a New York Rican, but the New York Ricans are pretty rough. But in Chicago, I learned real quick about segregation. I was like, I'm in the wrong neighborhood. And these were white guys like, I'm a Polak. And they called themselves that. What are you? What are you? You from Elvis country? I'm like, what is that?
Elvis country.
Yeah, I talked like I was a country boy. Because you imagine you go from being in the country to going to the hood, you learn real freaking quick.
Yeah.
You know, the first time somebody pops you in the nose.
Yeah, first time I went to Chi-Town, the first thing I did was take off my laces. I was like, yep, nope, I'm wearing all white laces.
Yeah,
I'm wearing blue on the left and white.
You got to be real careful who you make friends with too in that place.
I'm passing through. In
fact, this is Chicago, Illinois, right there. See, Club of Lang boxing gym, dude. I'm telling you, Windy City Boxing Gym it's a famous place, and you know, and I went there and I boxed with some tough ass dudes up there, man, and they try to kill each other. And you come to Austin, you know, or Texas in general, it's a little tame. They're a little tamer in the fight scene. They were just like, we're going 50%, and they will go 50%. They might go 70, who knows? But up there in Chicago, they would just like hit you with the quickness, man, and try to throw down on you. Someone said, Ice Cube, we're over here thugging. You know what? And our enemies are going to be like, they were showing tattoos and drinking booze.
He's even got the mad angry face going on.
He's got the ghetto bird tattoo on. And the other guy, he's a crazy military guy. He's always talking about fighting. And then Monica was like, I pulled the strings like Freddy Krueger. They're going to say a bunch of shit. You watch. It's going to be all over tomorrow. We're going to be. They weren't even talking about the paranormal. They were just talking about bullshit. And I couldn't stop watching it. It was entertaining. I don't know. I was just. One guy messaged me, though. Let me tell y'all. He said, I watch every episode, but I hate you.
Well, you're a fan, bro. What do you want?
He did. He admitted to me, though. His name is Ernest, not the Ernest that I had gotten some stories from. That's a different guy. But this guy, he's a Caucasian man. He's from Illinois. And we were talking about Illinois. Hey, Ernest, I'm sorry that you don't like me, but I do appreciate you watching the show. He says he likes the show. He just doesn't like me.
Thanks for the
but, you know, I mean, you know, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Some people have told me they hate my guts. but they like the show. And one lady says, I love Anthony. I love him to death, but I don't like Wolf or Tony at all.
I love Anthony too.
They sent Anthony a fruit basket one time so we go up there and there's like this box and it says to PRT, and the owner's a good friend of mine, and he's like, PRT guys, what's up? I got some mail for you. We always get fan mail. I need to start bringing it in because we get some every time. And so we got some fan mail, and Anthony got this beautiful fruit basket. And the little pig, he sat there and he ate every bit of it, the chocolate, the fruit, everything in front of me. As I'm driving, I'm like, dude, you're just going to eat all that shit and not going to give me any. He goes, doesn't have your name on it. And he had a card on there, and he says, read that. And I look, and I'm like, this is for Anthony and Anthony only. I don't want Wolf or Tony touching this. I can't stand you guys. That was the literal card that Anthony got. I theorized that Maddie sent that to him. That's my theory. I think you, Maddie, I'm going to put you on the spot. I think you did that. I think you did that because you're mean-spirited and you wanted to hurt me and Tony's feelings. Now, I got home and I told Tony about it, and Tony's reaction was like expected. He goes, so? Give a shit. He goes, I don't give a fuck if she likes me or not. Don't care. And he just walked up the stairs, and I was like, you don't even care a little bit? He goes, no. I care. I told my wife, and she's like, it's okay, honey. I'll go make you a fruit basket. And I was like, yeah, I know you would, but for some reason I wanted it from this old hag that doesn't like me. You know? Look at Madeline. She's like, shut up. See, it probably was you, Maddie. Anthony lover. You love him so much. Why don't you marry him? Yeah, see, and that's the thing. These little Anthony lovers or Tony lovers or whatever, and they think they're hurting my feelings. You ain't hurt. You hurt my feelings. I don't even give a damn, man. You care.
Yeah, nothing. I don't even care.
You're not even touching me, man. You ain't even touching me, man. So wait till you get bigger and you get the fruit baskets that don't go to you. Right? That's when you know you've arrived. And your people tell you, we can't stand you, but we can't stop looking. We just got to keep looking. We're like, you know. I fry their eyes with their hate, but they can't stop watching. And some of the people that watch the show too, they're devout haters. I mean, they have a cult against me, and they have this big, big whatever it's called, what is it called, cabal, and they have band together, joined forces together, and they still can't touch me. And they're just like, we hate you so bad. We hate you. And you have fundamentalist Christians, you have communists, and then you have what do you call them? Witches and warlocks, and they're all together in this big cauldron of shit, and they all are united in one thing: we hate you. That's it. And so they focus their energy on me. But that's okay. It's all right. It doesn't matter. We got people like Love Cat there. Love Cat's nice. Love Cat, you would never send a fruit basket and not let me have any, right? Please tell me you wouldn't do that to me. I don't think you would.
You're gonna get so many fruit baskets now.
Do you get fruit baskets, Monica? Have you gotten any?
Creepy DMs is what I get.
Joe, you and Abe probably gonna start getting them too. Pretty soon they'll be like, Abe, you just have this thing about you. I don't know. It's like you man, me man. What's up, man? Yeah, you'll get one like that, and then you'll be like, "Oh, dude, what the hell is that?" They'll do this thing where they write this real long, seductive letter, and then they'll be like, "James." You're like, "What? What is that?" Man!
Do not ever write me a long, seductive letter, because after about 10 shots of rum, I will send you something that you do not want to see.
You get so twacked out. You're just like, I don't even know who this guy is.
Yeah,
you're getting a surprise from me, buddy. Yeah, you earned it, right?
We're like, I sent him a fruit basket, and he sent me back a picture of a pineapple. There's Tony. There's Tony right there. He says, I'll start sending them to you. he like, once upon a time, my dearest Clara. Oh, I thought this was the Civil War. Yeah, I didn't know that I was talking to Joe Breezy. Turns out you're a former Crip. You one of them Federalists coming from the North. Yeah, do not pimp the pumpkin. That's just the way it works.
You watch, and then Monica. I think Monica, if you had your own channel, I promise you, if you had your own channel, you would be dealing with so much of that. But you would have to, but that's part of the price you pay for fame. There's a song by Cypress Hill. So you want to be a rock superstar and live long, Yeah, see, coming up in the world, don't trust nobody.
Fun with people that troll me. I mean, back in the day, I will troll you right back.
We did too. Until it
got
got so tiresome, like I see Abe doing that. Abe trolls them back.
After a while, you're like, okay, I'm done with that. I get that.
I tell you, Abe had me rolling. I was watching Abe the other day, Monica. You got to check him out at night. He trolls the shit out of these dudes. He said, what are you going to shoot me with that gun that looks so old that it's like bent and you shoot it and it goes to the... When he said that, dude, I fell out of the bed. I was like sitting there looking at me and my wife were watching, and he's talking about Vulture. You're talking about the Vulture. And he's talking about, you got that gun that's so old. It looks like, he's like, what is that, from the Old West? It looked like it was bent. The bullet's going to go like to the left. I started laughing so hard I couldn't stop laughing. And, his wife's always like in the chats fighting with everybody. She's over there like, I can't believe you're talking about him like that. He's a tough man. Sure, whatever. He's tough. He's got a lot of tough stories about shooting Bigfoot in the dick and all this stuff. I don't believe it. It's like whatever, dude.
Shot him in the oxygen tank.
Yeah. Hey, it was one time when Bigfoot is over. This foot was so big. It's like, oh god,
dude. That y'all know that one, right? Where his dude was like, helped the biker out on the side of the road, and it was like he was like all traumatized, and he's like, yeah, he came out. I went to go pee on the outside of the trail, and the Bigfoot came charging at me, and his wang was as big as like a oxygen tank. And he was like, came out chasing me with it. And he was like some big tough biker, and he was like on the side of the road crying. Yeah,
but though that does happen, and I talked about it on the show, and I got attacked for it. But damn it does happen. But I mean, but you can't. It's hard to not laugh at that, though.
Yeah,
I mean, he's talking about that because it's like, dude, that's crazy, See, and Donnie Cho just said stuff. He said stuff. It's no laughing matter. We are no more to laugh. No.
Do not laugh at Bigfoot's wang ever.
His swanging wang. Don't do it. Don't do it, folks. That's when you need that Vulture gun. You're like this, and he's like, you're like, no, it's okay. It only shoots this way, and then you trick him and you turn, and then boom, he's gone. That's what that gun is for. Abe called it.
Wiffle ball bat. So I'm on the run.
Oh shit. All right, folks. So good grief. You're like, Love Cat. I'm sorry, Love Cat. I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody who's 350 people are watching this shit. Somebody's going to come up and be like, I've never seen Josh Hurst show before. I heard a lot about it. Let's take a look. They're like sitting there going like,
this is the show.
Hour in, they're like,
Don't get the Avengers involved. Iron Man is cool, but don't get the Avengers involved.
Well, one of the Filthy Fives he was ranting about me one day, and he goes, "You with your filthy mouth and your super friends." He called me the super friends.
Super friends.
Me and Bettina and Abe, like the super friends.
That's hilarious.
And I was like, "Wow, we're the super friends." Okay, whatever. So we've now assembled the Avengers. Like it's like, we need a team. You mean like the Justice League? No, like the Avengers. The Justice League will never work. We got to do it big. So they have a new woman now. That's the Thor woman. I don't like her because Thor to me is always going to be Thor. Is always going to be a dude. But I like Chris Hemsworth as Thor. I'll always think of him now as Thor because of that, and then Loki will always be that one guy.
Yeah.
But so Monica, you could be the female Thor. But we would only show you just every once in a while. You're not really going to be a part of the fighting or anything like that. Yeah, you just can pop up every now and then. You're going to say, "That's a great idea, gang," and then we look at you and go, "Oh," and then you go away. That is it. Okay. And Monica's like, "Yeah, I want this."
Sounds perfect.
Sounds wonderful. But that's why I'm trying to push you to get your own show, because if you got your own show, I think you would do incredible, and I think you would do good things, and I think you need to do it. I think you need to do it because we lost Bettina. Bettina she was good, and she was like, she kind of balanced things out, and I think that it would suck because Bettina, I saw her slipping away and going on. I'm sick of the attacks and the attacks and the attacks. So I told her the other day, I said, look, they did what they wanted to do. They killed your drive. They killed your happiness. They stole your happiness. They took it away. That's what they did. And she was like, and I'm happier now not doing it. I said, that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted you to be happier not doing it because the drama is gone now. Yeah. And they destroyed it. And I don't want to see that happen and I'm going to say this, and this isn't white knighting or virtue signaling or championing the cause, but we need more women to do this. Yep. We do. We really do. I don't want to end up like at that Alaskan bar. I was very uncomfortable with the locals there, and I'm like, I don't know these people. Room full of lumberjacks, and I'm with this mouthy leprechaun. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a good thing. We need more females in this field to do, and it's a shame because, folks, let's be honest, they did take Bettina from us. Mm-hmm. I mean, hopefully she'll hear this and go, no, they didn't, and she'll come back out,
Rock and roll.
Yeah.
No, that's the same reason why I bring Jen on, is because she really has a lot to say, but she's slowly coming into it because I'm like, man, you really do have a lot to participate in about it, and you do have a lot of opinions, and she has seen a lot of things. So, I'm trying to slowly wake her up out of it, and I'm like, it's not just a dude, aspect where we need the women to unite, and the women, like, that's why I love the Blondes and Booze thing. Mm-hmm. And also
that's why I support them so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And Monica does a great job too. I really believe that it needs to come into a commonality of not just us dudes talking what we talk, but the females also saying what they experience, because I believe they're on a different frequency than us dudes are, and they experience a lot of different things and a lot more emotionally and more in that aspect of emotion versus physically seeing. They feel more. And I'm not being sexist at all about it.
No, you're being completely correct. You're coming correct, dude.
Yeah.
And I think it really does need to happen. And when we gather, like Power Rangers type shit, and I never watched Power Rangers because I'm Gen X, but
exactly.
I was Voltron, but
Voltron.
When you put all these pieces together, and we actually unite as a being, then we'll have all the answers. You can have all the, I'm going hunting, and I'm going to go find me a Bigfoot. And then you have, I feel, the way I feel about these things. And when you get emotion and physiology together, then you can actually, conglomerate a united force, because that's what every army and every thing in the past is came to fruition and came to succession. That's what they did. They had their scouts, they had their brute, they had their shield, they had their attack. So when you bring it all together, that's when you actually create a withstandable army. Mm-hmm. Or a withstandable force. You know what I mean? Yeah, I believe that.
So, gonna tell you right now, guys,
I am buzzed.
I gotta run. Hey, whatever, it's what it is. We had a great time. We had fun. Friday's a fun day. We do a lot of fun stuff. Tomorrow we're gonna be on Rumble talking some serious stuff, whatever. So I'm gonna have Truth on tomorrow. I think I'm gonna have Rob Yox back. I'm not real sure. I'm not 100%, but you guys are welcome to pop in too. Whatever you want to do. If you want to join the Saturday Rumble, let me know, because we're going to talk about a lot of stuff we can't talk about here. Just guys remind me what we were talking about, and I'll get into it. But I had fun. I had a great time. We talked a lot of mess, especially toward the end there, and that's what it is. But like we said, Monica, we're serious. You really, I wish Nellie she has so much insight. She has a lot of incredible stuff. I wish she would come on and do it. I try to get her, but she's a little camera shy. She's just not really, she's beautiful too. She acts like, she doesn't want people to see her. And I'm just like, you're very pretty.
She is.
You're very pretty.
Come on.
But I mean, it is what it is. But she's been attacked a lot, and it's because of me. They hate me, so they go after her, and she doesn't deserve it, and she fights back for me, And so I love her, and she's my rock, my shield, whatever. And we all have people we care about in our lives, and you don't want to see them get attacked and get messed with, and it is what it is. This whole war started because they attacked Abe and Bettina, and then he tried to cut a deal and say, oh, well, I'll have a problem with you. And then he went in on them, and I'm like, no deal. Could have turned my back and just been like, well, they're on their own, but I'm not that person. And I hate these fence sitters, they're like, oh, I don't want to get involved. Everybody's allowed in my, fuck you. All right. You stay on the fence then let your balls get ripped open. And there's some very popular people out there who are doing that too, sitting on the fence while these people run roughshod over everybody. Go ahead. I'm going to remember that when time comes, because you ain't going with me, because I'm not going to play in the little sandbox forever. I should be gone already. But thank you, folks, for tuning in. Thank you for joining us. I had a great time. I love doing what we do. It's fun. It's a release for me. Sorry, I don't just machine gun robotically spit out people's encounters. I have, stuff I want to do too. And I enjoy talking to my friends and talking about things. And some of it's not always paranormal, but it is part of life. Just like I think the paranormal is part of life. And so for my co-host, Abe, Joe, Monica, and everybody out there, I'm going to let them check out first, and then I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to take you out one by one. Abe, like Thanos letting everybody go here. All right, bye, Monica. I'll see you.
Bye.
So, folks, once again, we had a great show. We had a good time. I had a great time, and everybody had fun. We talked about all kinds of things, and just what we do. And tonight, I just wanted to hang loose, and we didn't do a whole bunch of. We talked about a lot of different things at the beginning, and then later I told some stories. But people are going to be like, "There seems to be timestamps on these because I can see the stories and hear them. I don't want to hear about this other crap like history." Well, it sucks because history exists, and it is a part of life, just like I said, just like the paranormal is. So I'm going to head out, folks. I love you all. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow night on Rumble, 8:00. Good night.